for all Salone people and them party them. Adrian Media will be bringing you a variety of programs ranging from documentaries to discussions, interviews, news, views, sports, and entertainment. Our programs will contain matters on development, governance, the economy, and issues that are of importance to Sierra Leone. So, no left BNO because we get Bebe program then like Salone discussion, meets the ministers, the president's hour and the Gladi program. Look me, I look you. All this they start soon na www.sarahjmedia.org. Now who's tem these?
Mina Yvonne Akisoyer, Mayor of Freetown, and I'm really glad for Teluna all I'll do and Boku Tenki on this my 4th anniversary in office, 11th of May 2022. I come into office with a commitment for transform Freetown. Not to work with me one able do, now work with all they do together. 4 years on, I'm so grateful to God and everybody will work with me. Say we don't touch every single part of Freetown. Transform Freetown, don't make a mark. From Ward 446 through to Ward 399. From Origu Bridge through to Levuma Beach. No sign or day where you not go see the evidence, the footprint and the work of Freetown City Council. When it comes to transform Freetown, we really focus on transforming lives. We mean say the small things themselves matter. And we not focus on one part of the city. We make sure say we touch East, Central and West. And this takes me now to Wilberforce Multi-Purpose Center. I not call a market because it passed market. We take off from Usami predecessor left for continue the work for complete this project. We don't do a significant amount. And although we've been get some donor funding, the vast majority of the money will make you able to see this impressive structure. We hope for finish in just another few months. The vast amount of that money they come from Una Freetonians.
Within the Wilberforce community, Wilberforce village to be specific, we get this building project to be done there for a very long period of time. I think it's about 5 years we don't start this project, but we don't see some remarkable improvements that don't take place over the first 2-3 years, under the leadership of our worship, the Mayor Yvonne Akisoyer. And we can't today for gauge or assess, the progress we don't make so far for make sure say the community then get access to this facility and make sure say they make the best use out of it. Family like remember say Wilberforce village na beside way before now be a very small community with less population, but if you can't get right side, the population don't grow for by more than 10-fold. So needed for improve on infrastructure. I mean, if you see the market, the old market, you see its size and its space, you really know say they not be catered for the kind of way where the population don't boom right now. So there's every need for make sure so we do this kind of fantastic projects for make sure so we serve the needs of the people.
This market, this very market, it go open up Wilberforce. It go make Wilberforce open up beyond, in fact, Freetown no more. The ground floor, now in the house, the wet goods. The middle floor, now in get the shops, where everybody entitled for secure one shop, provided you meet the criteria where council they set. Then the top floor, where go be the 3rd floor, now then at the community center, as with the constraint, with the strain here for community center. Like water facility, where we they go as strain, lights facility, toilets facility, we not been getting before. But now, so the structure where we don't see, now this new markets, everything available.
This is a clear evidence for say if you pay your tax, they expect service delivery. Right? Look at this facility. I mean, this is the second time and I'm quite impressed. As I move around, I go up, I see the mall, then you see the community center. That's a fantastic project. Right? This you therefore really give this community a very serious facelift. Right? So If you see them can't here, they don't for pay tax, they don't know what they're supposed to do. But I'm really impressed, and I'm sure the community and the rest of Etonians will be impressed with this type of projects here.
And in the center of the city, that's outside we call Central, we get one project where, again, something they're very close to my heart. This is the one, the Beringron, the Secular Road.
One of the very important developments we are so grateful for now this fencing of the cemetery, the public toilet where we try for bill, and then the office for the diggerman them and the clerk.
The structure is very, very important to we because the documents them we don't get from all the we don't soak, all we don't pull. But we believe say the structure now will can make all the documents now will be safe. That we will be safe now with the one day they come. I don't say Excl will kill we again. They don't turn the cemetery as bomber. They can't throw away dirty inside the cemetery. But now we tell God thank you. Now we don't see the fence they go down. We don't say by God in power, what the fence is done, at least we go protected from them thing in the understand? Eh? The mommy they try, but if we say no more na council no more, no way, now the people them for come together with them property rates, other half taxes they pay, they make this happen.
Central, now they will also get one of the flagship projects when at the FSM plant, fecal sludge management plant, where prior to now, before this time here, we all know what's going to happen. When them vacuum truck them can come out empty person cesspit. We know how that thing they go and scatter na King Tom. But day like today, we get a facility where we be able for processor.
Well, the fecal sludge treatment plant they operate like this. First the trucks then they come in, they register at the security post, and waiting and they register at the voucher when they don't buy from city council. Open. When then trucks them in the sludge, then got sewers, then got another side there, it been got a negative impact on the environment. Once because people them in there where they get contaminated and get sick because of the thing. But now that don't reduce at the city, and illegal discharge again of sludge at the city don't minimize.
C'est-à-dire, you know, les coups de moutska donc construit donc empty, we in the camp, water the scatter. Say to the water say from over the drink, it affects we sickly, it affects people in the community. But for me, they can open the project as you see they look less.
Through the mayor and donor partners time like Gold Sierra Leone and DFID, when on a FCDO, they come up the initiative for develop and build this plant. We don't get a positive impact in Freetown. From the time of the plant, we don't open them, we don't run out, we don't optimize them full to date. We don't treat 1,089 trucks of various capacities.
We don't continue, we move on education. We will not do the nursery school na Congo Water Market. Now, we are about to open the nursery school na Crouton Road Market. This not what we call transforming lives. We market woman, able kind of market in no say in Pekin, in not just safe but in the land book. And today, tomorrow, next tomorrow, that Pekin, we when they can sell with him mama, fala a mama can sell, can be lawyer, doctor, anything, because we provide that environment within the marketplace.
What's happen now? The mayor, now can open school for we the market woman they will Pekin them. Follow go get side, we go they can left for Pekin them, so go able do business. We no go worry for picking them. The picking them be the loss. Pass the Picombrad and they go and fend and picking them. And not to one picking them be the loss. And with the strain for selling customer, because the picking them be the hamburg. So like when this nose get on kaya, we glad it. We know so we don't strain as don't.
Greybush PHU. Yana Sai Usai Health that mainly focus. And which we don't do because we target now for reduced maternal mortality, we'll be able to expand Usai Bele Woman and the born.
Then evening, of course, the postnatal, we get no postnatal unit. Now just one bed, 9 million. And you can't imagine what they get from 2-3 deliveries then. Whether they don't born, we have a postnatal now. That they make in fact, we for observe woman for them for 24 to 48 hours before we let them go. But because of that, because of the space, we normally do that. As he born, maybe we take hours to say go home, anything come. But with that extension now, we then do really appreciate them. We now be able to observe them for some hours, for 24 to 48 hours.
Like in the East, one of the projects that we can make Agladi so much. Now what we do na Jalo Terrace, where this very moment we complete the water well with the submersive pump.
The population all on the other side, inside the water the other side, pass pay, and we no get money half of the other side. Now all this water I don't depend on.
We saw we get and like we don't well, so we tell the mayor thinking I make yanda. We saw we get the water so they let see.
Jalo Terrace also gets 9 solar street lights where they win as part of the cleanest zone competition. Then you go take a ward like Ward 411 where they up the hill. You get a bridge now a place where they call Bundowata. That bridge there, something like the size of my table. You where they far, you're not gonna know the value. But for the community, that bridge there now a game changer. Community they not be able to connect.
Like we where they move with bike, we na private bike maybe they use. Likewise the one day where they use them commercial bike there also. But they get accidents them fast at this place also. Where if they don't fit for cross, at the same time the bike man, the person where they load on the patients, they fall down. So now we don't see now the way we done there now, we tell God thank you.
Bundowata Bridge, not just one example of so many interventions where we do at community level where they make a significant impact on communities. From the rehabilitation of markets, the introduction and installation of multiple over 130 water tanks, to bridges, to drainages. One specific thing we've been catch the headlines, we've been caused so much pain, now been the Wellington fire disaster. We happened on the 5th of November 2021. We as council, with the support of various donors and sponsors, we'll be able for not only provide medical, drugs and support in the hospital, feed the patients them for over 6 weeks, provide support to the doctors and the nurses. In not left day, the one day we survive, and the families of the one day we not survive. 256 families will be able to get a cash transfer up to the tune of 1,450,000 each. We spend over 320 million leones.
Well, to be start with, we get the accident in a hospital, cannot they are admit. The first thing experience we get as a goodness from the FCC in our Freetown City Council is that from the mayor, if we take charge for taking the feeding, and be the feed we make provision, we eat up to 40 per day, and later we will discharge, we can homes them. It also creates a vacuum for make a space for we able to get small things now because as you know this problem will involve we discharge, we can host, not be able to do something on your own. The mayor look at them say, then people are run discharge so they're not able to get better thing at the end. If any provision, it make a way, we are in get small things we provide sim there, where the money what to 1,400,000 and some 100. So we able to receive them from the mayor. So all the goodness that we get from the mayor, we're happy for them.
Wellington fire disaster, it touched we all. But fire disasters that happen so many times, up to 39 or 40 times inside 2021. And time again, council come in and provide support. One other one, where touch me, Nabohen Street, where after that disaster day, we'll be able to mobilize internally. Now FCC, that they mobilize that money day, then go and raise them from friends and family, able for rebuild that structure and help them people then for restart their lives.
Mayor come, can see the host way born, a rescue, the councillor waka. Yeah, mayor they can build for with this host. Okay. Mayor commander the rain, they can no but give the host back with gladness. So we support me. I'm glad for me 200% because not 200%. Forget this guy mayor, yeah. Not so born we. You look, he's sorry for we. He can't build for we the host. He powerful pass the host be the safe.
From east to central to west, we done the work inside Transform Freetown. 50 Met Police now we recruit. 600 young people, they grow trees. Over 1,000, they work in sanitation. Transform Freetown, not just for say, look the bridge yonder, now for say, we posting on our house, you get tin for putting on table. The work Boku, today, in this short video, we're not able to talk all thing, but I want to let family them know, say we don't produce, like we do every year, with 3-year report on Transform Freetown. The book, if quickly leave it so, no worry, but it's available. You will want to read them for see all what we don't do, word by word, sector by sector. Now for go on our website, www.fcc.gov.sl. Make a talk and back. www.fcc.gov.sl. Day you go read, but the work we don't do for make improvements in the markets. You go read but the drainage them, but the culvert them. You go read about the improvements in sanitation. You go read about them big things them as well, like the progress we would make on the cable car. Not for mention Freetown, the Treetown, we would not really hear Boku, but Freetown now we all city. So I don't talk about so many sectors, but I not go done if I not talk about one sector, revenue mobilization. That one day, not so much me to show you waiting me do, I to show you waiting you do, because all waiting Freetonians then do in paying their rates, property rates, local tax, business license, market use, all waiting una do, 9 translate to so much of the interventions where we don't talk about today. So as we continue, as we move on to the 5th year, let we continue for hold hands, work together, not just as a team, but as a family. Thank you for 4 years of being the mayor of Freetown. I really, really appreciate you now all, and I look forward to we working together for continue for Transform We City.
Hello, Fambulem. Good afternoon, good evening, good morning, and good night, depending on whose partner the dunya we find yourself. Welcome to CRGM Media, we midweek program. Well, today, now the big discussion, it's part of how they go inside the Republic. Let me just call on that way, because what they can discuss definitely now things that will matter to we today, yesterday, and tomorrow. Me, una hosts, na Jumaba, for the newcomers, newbies, una welcome, and we hope see una will get a good time with we, and we encourage una for like and share with platforms, both the Facebook, YouTube, as well as we WhatsApp platform them. Una welcome, and to the regulars naya, we say welcome to Una and thank you so much for being with us day in, day out for get conversations and also because Una comments them, Una phone calls them, and Una private messages them now in the guide we how for push the program go before. So today in a special program we get an exclusive interview, but Una don't see the banner already. But we go officially introduce we guest to Una shortly. Before that, let I go to my co-host and co-moderator T-Boy for say hello to Una. T-Boy, welcome.
Hi, welcome to CRGM Media Live on YouTube and Facebook, and welcome to viewers for today's program. I want to say thank you for joining us, and I hope today they get a very good show. But you left the country over there, so we just got from all these nets. I still my wearing suits. I say, now what's in the do now? I'm really missing a country. That leak myself, you also to go. That's why I'm here with suits today. I'm not surprised. I'm not wearing fine African. But I'm going to look like some kind of village boy, man. I'm like, nah. I need to change. So, welcome. And welcome to see me in this my new attire for today. I'll be smart. I'm going to talk smart, and I'm going to look smart, and I'm going to respond smart. Everything today is smart.
So today you're not T-boy smart. No problem. No, they
can give me some new so T-boy smart.
If we turn it Solomon smart now, you have good dinner for.
I don't want to be Abdullahi. I beg, please.
All right. Okay. If you're not careful, we'll begin calling you Ramatulai just now.
No. Ramatulai is my name. Me not to Abdullahi.
Okay. All right.
Allah Sufo.
All right. Okay.
Allah Sufo mean Allah is for us. Allah Sufo.
Allah Sufo. All right. Thank you so much, T-Boy. Welcome again, everyone. Like I say, today we get a special guest here. We're not to change. I don't kind of this platform before. We're Hon Abdul Kargbo. Hon Abdul Kargbo na the Member of Parliament for Constituency 077. And also, they don't get other big load 98. I don't know if the Qatari gets strong enough for carry that load there. But he's presently the head of secretariat, interim head of secretariat and secretary for the transition team for the All People's Congress. As soon as aware that the APC party, the All People's Congress, when are the main opposition at Sierra Leone, gets so many complex issues them going on, where one of them now, pending court matters. So the court's been initially rule and dissolve the executive or the leadership of the party, as well as the National Advisory Council. And the court's been mandate for let them set up a 21-man committee. So, we'll get a vacuum. So you get people then we go able for man the affairs of the party until all the court matter then settle and go to convention and get a formal leadership and executive. So being that Hon Abdul Kargbo now the head of secretariat and the interim secretary, we decide say for call and for can talk to them on a lot of issues them where people still confused about or no but where the 21-man committee supposed to do according to the court's mandate, and other issues them pertaining to the party. And also being that he's a member of parliament, we don't get a lot of questions that people and they ask what in parliament they do. So instead we can't tell we certain things the way they happen, including the present situation or the present thing we just come up with at the midterm census. All that go there inside our conversation. So if you get your question, type on at the chat group, we go relay them to Hon Abdul Kargbo. Hon Abdul Kargbo, welcome to CRGM Media again one more time, and thank you so much for taking time out of your busy schedule for answer to the call of the people of Sierra Leone through CRGM Media. Welcome.
Thank you very much, Juma. Thank you, CRGM. And my family the way they watch and listen me. I will also tell you thank you. So the last time you've been doing here, you've been get you generator where you put in a popo bag, where you cross go lunge with, where you go lunge, then you cross can fruitum with, where you didn't have fruitum. So I want to just ask you if that's don't change. You don't really popo bag or you still get the popo bag, because the reason they ask the latest report, His Excellency President Julius Maada Bio reports to Sierra Leoneans, particularly on independence, all signers alone, they get light, and Indongi light more than any other president before. So I want to know if the situation don't change or, the president, or wait, you still get your popo back. The situation very serious now. And waiting make and serious now that even in the capital city, for let you get light in Mona,
week in there, then 2 days, 3 days, they get lights not on. Even Lunge for the past 1 month. About one week ago now, and then begin key lights. And we then give something for 1 week, 2 weeks, then they stop. And we then they give not to every day. Now 1 day in, 1 day out. And the day we then they give, they come on 7 o'clock. Then they go off around then 2 o'clock in the morning. So now from 7 to 2. But for the past 1 month, no mean they get light no longer. Even some are working, they then 2 days when they get lights, making 3 will get lights. So the electricity problem still serious. It's still serious.
So what's the problem there? Because according to the president, they don't give light everywhere. So is the president being misled by people, or where is the problem? Or not just the opposition just they sabotage the president or the type of problem?
Well, everybody in the country know the current energy situation. The one that at the capital city know the current energy situation. In the president's speech, he say access to electricity emit 17%, and don't go to 32%. But it been better let them left outside the meter, because the more they go to before now, the more they get blackout. Lights now they, and they're very, 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 very serious because they are both businesses. They make things that be very expensive, because for like you run new business, you get for put on generator with customer. So we government for try for make sure say they improve the electricity situation at the country.
Okay, and we see something unprecedented for the first time. Parliament, during a parliament sitting, I phone them, we see the lights at the place. Was that just someone that went and turned off the switch, or an actual blackout?
A blackout, not blackout self. We've been there in a parliament, and the leaders then they round up the debate. The honorable leader of government businessmen, they talk. Now the lights go off. And when lights go off, we get for take something like extra 10 to 15 minutes before lights come back. The session continue. So lights go off for an appreciable period of time. And then places then further inform NPA say, well, if lights they go off, the lights not go off here, because we did discuss very important national issue. So it was unfortunate that during sitting we get blackout, and not only the first time this it don't happen about 2 or 3 times. We light the go off during sitting, very appalling.
So I would come to many issues just now, but this possibly would make unlikely, but I think it's something very important, because that's, I would tell you, say, now the whole government in the parliament, so that's a safety and security risk, one. And secondly, waiting una not summon the minister or the people that were responsible for provide light while such thing they happen. If you not spare the parliament, who's else, then if una not talk nothing, how the ordinary man will complain? If una doing sitting on unable to get light, because that's dangerous.
Like I said, the electricity situation is very serious. Everything more make them frustrating now that this government increased the tariff for electricity. Initially, now been 590 leones per kilowatt hour. But when they come, they increase from 590 leones. They make 1,600 leones per kilowatt hour. So they almost triple the price when they come. More than 300% increase. And when they increase at least they don't get more money, then they generate more money out of the revenue, out of the electricity cost to people and they pay. So therefore we provide more electricity. But when they add 9 lights go for less light now. And most of the provincial headquarter towns like Kono, Lunge, the other places, then I feel they're not they buy for the generators. The generators then they not feel they're not they buy and make light money. So you ask yourself, say they make more money, you don't increase the tariff for electricity. Why you not go buy fuel? You see. So most of them send in a fuel on the day. Then interestingly, the 1 month where we did lunge on the light, so still longer for add to the cost service charge. So whether you get lights or you don't get lights, you get for the pay service charge.
Wow. All right. Well, we go come back to that and so many other things that we get for do with the affairs of the country and Parliament, their role. But you will join we host Hon Abdul Kargbo, Member of Parliament, Constituency 077 under the APC symbol, and also he's the interim head of the party secretariat and interim secretary for the 21-man committee where they man the affairs of the APC party. Honorable, APC, as we put say, faced with, so much complexities right now. We get for do with court battles, membership issues, flag bearer issues, and so on and so forth. So courts rules say for the party for former 21-man committee, where you happen for be the head of the secretariat. For people who don't understand exactly what that court ruling mean, briefly explain to we how I reach this stage. Then we'll continue now for look at our work, from where we are established.
Well, Alfred Peter Conte take the party to court. In a 3 sets of people they take to court. Now let me say 4. First, now the chairman of the party. Second, defendant, now the secretary general. Third, now the APC party. Then fourth, now the PPIC. Waiting make it go na court. You go na court to say one, the party executive may not expire, then term of office may not done, but then still they operate as executive. Second, they say the constitution been say them for vote the him. They say but some of the electable positions, some of the positions they were them for vote for, not to vote them vote, now appoint them appoint. So the courts may say, well, because of the fact say some of them and they appoint them and then term them in London, then for left the office. And the court ruling is specific on who then they left the office. The chairman and leader, deputy secretary general, the whole national executive, NAC, the regional chairman, the district chairman, the constituency chairman, and any other person where they lead any department when the chairman may appoint her. They're all for left office. And they're permanently injuncted.
Okay, Fambulem, we get Hon Abdul Kargbo today with
for act in them positions. Sorry.
Yeah, go ahead. Yeah. If you can flip your camera as well, we'll get you. Yeah, go ahead.
Yes, I'll do.
Yeah, continue.
So the court say, yes, the court say them for left the office, and when they left the office not for left vacant, the office not for left soon. So the courts agree that Alfred Peter Conte, we nine kego the party in the courts, 9 plenty, for appoint 9 man them, then the leader of parliament, when the leader of the opposition, when Honorable Chairman Majuba for appoint 8 members of parliament there, 2 from each district, 2 from the region, 2 from the Northwest region, 2 from the West region, 2 from the North, and 1 from the South, 1 from the East. I shall say to make the judgment say 1 from the South, 1 from the East now, because now one MP they will get at the South, 1 at the East. So then they make 8. Then the court say also then forget representative from the Youth League, representative from the Women's Congress, representative, from the diaspora branch, and a representative from the legal team. So all land they come to 12, plus the 9 man them from Alfred Peter Conte, they come to 21. The party said then 21 people and they then for run the party. and the court's judgment say out of Alfred Peter Conte in 9, now they the chairman for comments. And Alfred Peter Conte later tell we now the very first meeting say the 9 don't meet and the non-consensus they agree say na in the Alfred Peter Conte for be the chairman. So what we do in the meeting what we get, now we say, well, we know we'll get chairman, we know get secretary and the head of the secretariat. So we go into election, and that day they will go into the election and with 20 being there, one person be absent. 20 people will vote for me, 20 out of 20 vote for me for being the head of secretariat. And after that we constitute ourselves into subcommittees there for run the party. We get the publicities committee when Bumne, Soleimani Bumne Kamara, na in the Edam. Then you get other 4 people away in the committee. We get the finance committee when Honorable Masimbo the Edam. Then we get other 4 people in the committee. We get the legal team, when Mutal Jallo na in the Edam, Alpha Mutal Jallo na in the Edam. Then we get other 4 people in back na the committee. Then we get organizing committee when Honorable Tom Talk at the Edam. Then we get other 4 people in back na the committee. So basically we constitute ourselves into committees for how we will manage the affairs of the party. And from then and there, we don't manage the affairs of the party carefully, and we don't make headways. We don't do some things there. We don't come out with press releases them, and we don't engage with membership on issues that way they affect the party and for talk peace talk. So the 21-man committee is the product of the judgment, my court, say we can constitute ourselves into 21 man. So basically, if I can tell you what the 21-man committee is, and I can foresee.
Thank you so much for summarizing that for we, Honorable. So, waiting at the limits of this 21-man committee, waiting on work, usai is start, usai is for end, waiting on a go do, and waiting on a no go do, and how much weight it gets because this is an interim body, yeah. So because so many questions and therefore ask around that. The courts don't make these judgments, say form 21-man committee, but do you have a limit? Say, now this una for do, no, una not supposed to do this. For example, una able for dispense or use the party money for do party activities. If no, usa una go pull. This is just an example that they ask where they work in me here because you had people where na be signatories to party accounts. Now, Unana interim, has that changed? All of those dynamics within?
Well, basically, the essence of the 21-man committee na for vacuum no dey na the party. In as much as the former executive been get for left, the judge in the wisdom no say if the former executive left, we not forget vacuum. So Lord gets people them we go replace them and act in them positions then. So basically, the 21-man committee is just synonymous to the previous national executive who been get, the previous who been get, and then they run the affairs of the party. And with regards to funds, go one party, access the funds. So we did on the verge for do the change of signal. Change of signatories and the accounts.
Yeah, they struggle for a bit. We'll not say they get interrupted calls.
Yes, I call them. Yeah. We try for the change of signatories in the accounts. Then after which, we say go on the account. But like we say, we're very aware of the fact that the previous executive don't be audited, they don't audit them, don't appoint an audit firm for audit the previous executive. We are aware of that fact. And so we said, say we for handle the finances very judiciously, because highly likely so we left, they get for 43 seconds. So we want to take very good care of any expenses, so they make any money we spend, then we will ensure we do them to the best of the party interest,
Okay. So the work of the party now, we see una supposed for lead the party to ensure all elections them be conducted as soon as possible. We see una get tight deadlines they want to work with. Waiting on our own role the way come to lower level elections, say up to leading to convention. Waiting una for do and waiting una not for do.
Yeah, like I say, now we run the affairs of the party. The first assignment will be now being for appoint an audit firm. We don't do that. We don't appoint the audit firm for audit the finances of the party from 2017 to last month. And secondly, we similarly don't promulgate the rules there. We don't write the rules and regulations there for the lower level elections. How them for conduct them, waiting them for do, waiting them not for do. We don't write all the rules there. Other go vote for other not go vote at this level. Waiting at the qualification for let you vote. Waiting at the qualification for let they vote for you. All landed we don't draft them. We don't write them. Yes, and we for present them to PPRC before the 3rd, because the ruling say before the 3rd, before present them to PPRC. Or we something likely will present them tomorrow to PPRC. And PPRC will get the rules then for 28 days. Waiting make PPRC they get them. Now for ensure one, they're able for call the public, let them watch the rules and see whether they're okay with the rules. Forcing in petition some of the rules they will make, and they can carry them back to we can watch them and see, if we for adjust anything there. So after their rules and they don't mature, the next thing will they go to now for appoint 24-man committee, not 25-man committee, but the one person the judge clearly spell out. We say now the head of the Constitution Review Committee, in the be the chairman. The committee will set now the elections committee, the independent elections committee. Now 25 people in the 24 we they appoint. And they say we then call we IGTC. That is the Interim Governance Transition Committee. Now we they appoint the 24 man, then now we they join the 25 man, we 9 chairman, for ensure say them conduct all the elections there. Now the various wards, constituencies, districts, region. After that day, we put time for the National Delegates Conference. We say we will elect some of the party, executive members there, in that same committee, and then they organize all the elections, take go to the National Delegates Conference. But like I say, now we get for monitor and supervise them, because now they run the affairs of the party.
Okay, thank you so much. I'll get you for coming just now. Another question I will ask, because another maker ask what's in the reason, the background behind,
And sorry, call keeps coming.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah. No sooner we get down there, as we get the executives of the party, we mandate the end of the day, and the executive then they run the party now. So we mandate now from now till we get all the national officers, then we get the party executive and the National Delegates Conference.
Okay. Yeah, so as I will try for ask earlier before I get T-Boy for come in. I asked waiting make gonna court, and apparently waiting APC gonna court. One aggrieved member, when Mr. Alfred Peter Conte, say they appoint people in positions, them, they not elect them. But for more on the talk today, even with the courts in ruling, there's been so much about appointments, appointing people to positions and giving court orders them for appoint. So why do the same thing where they use for Kargbo the Patina court in the first place? Because if the court say, I'm not asking you to interpret or think for the judge, but I'm just asking for the benefit of the public, that if the court believes, say, the other people let me occupy them role here illegally, but then now, then they use that same illegal method there for put people in a position. You not think, say, that they contradictory and unfair?
Well, the judge in the wisdom don't take a decision, and they don't appoint the chairman. But like we say, we get the party now for geared towards promoting the tenets of democracy. If we ensure, say, anything or any appointment to the person, they get for be through democratic process. So this is a big lesson for we and the party, that we get for, truly go purely democratic, And basically the judge do exercise in discretion and the rule on matters, And even if we go over the ruling of the judge again, it's not going to make much impact. Because once the judge don't rule, it's sealed and it's settled. But we've been feel say, the judge may get an opportunity for begin to promote democracy. When I like say on a Form 21-man committee, then on a vote for Koda for me, the chairman. But like I say, the judge in wisdom know why make it reach at that stage though, because it take a very long time, not the case.
Okay, thank you so much. I invite T-Boy, possibly get a question, then I'll come back to you. You will just join we get Hon Abdul Kargbo, Member of Parliament, Constituency 077, and also Head of Secretariat. And yes, sir. Okay. Okay, all right. So Head of Secretariat for the All People's Congress Party under the interim arrangement by court order or court instructions, and also Nina, the Interim Secretary General. T-Boy, before they bring Hon Abdul Kargbo come inside, what do you think so far? Because for me, this thing is, I'm not able to understand. You say, person go to court, say they appoint, and that's wrong. But then the judge decide for appoint people and instruct, say, let them people and they appoint other people them. And the person will go to court, when are the chairman, we hopefully will try for host here at some point, at least for get some conversation. Instead na select and selector. What do you think?
What do I think? Interesting. I always have my own opinion on the fact that with judiciary has always been the problem that is dealing with the affairs of the country. But if everybody else, well, not everybody else, if people are thinking that the judge used in wisdom as a judge, placing a judgment like that in a situation wherein I get talking on double jeopardy, kind of in a way.
Well, I don't know really, but I know, like I said, I'm not going to the legal part of it.
No, the legal part of it is very important because I need you to also listen.
Yeah, so no, but for the benefit of Hon Abdul Kargbo.
Yes, of course. Now that he's not here, I don't say we come back with the continued discussion on that particular aspect. But for the fact, say we hold this before in come in, and we continue with in segments of voting we discuss. But the legal matters of why we are here discussing this issue that is made in Kargbo APC party, na courts. So basically, the ruling come either in favor or against the party structure. So if the APC party don't get their own constitution mandate, we say they have an option of election or selection. and they've worked alongside it for almost decades, whether it's correct or it's not correct, if you are part of that institution, you either stand for it or you stand against it.
Correct.
To me, when you stand against something, you should fight within the party structure and effect that change. If you strongly so dearly believe in what you stand for. Otherwise, go. That's my opinion. But when it comes to the court ruling, Alfred Peter Conte take the APC party to court because of the selection process we only operate with for the past 40 or 50 years.
Correct.
And then the court pass a ruling saying, we they select you as chairman.
No, well, the court say in your team, now for select. So that means by his extension, you write now him because I ain't going to court.
Of course. So basically, it's automatic chairman.
I'm choosing 9 people left.
Thank you.
And
so if you select, you dey against people the way they use I want friend a right to it. You dey against people the way they use walking stick for waka go and mosque for both not so. And then when you come, you say no, you're an exception. They don't allow you for use walking stick for inside mosque. When that's not the thing where you've been preached against. Conflict of interest, one. So my question would be, who is to be responsible for a judgment like this based on the evidence being brought forward to them? The judge, the prosecution, and the defendants. Yeah? Unfortunately, I don't know whether APC had a defendant in court. Do they?
Of course. You know, they get for the individual, you know, people as well as the party. Yeah.
Okay, so I am thinking, was the evidence of the defendants not good enough to stop the ruling of the judgments where the judge passed? Because at the end of the day, if the evidence where the prosecution carries, that the same evidence they use for past the judgments where they in favor, we're still there against what's in the prosecution being come for complaining about in the first place, who is to be responsible for that judgment? Because our institution is not just governed by people. We have constitution, right?
Right.
So I'm asking the question, well, I don't always ask, with constitution as salon, is it allowing the judge to interfere in a party political system that runs on its own, primarily away from the constitution that runs the country? Is PPRC responsible to govern or monitor political party structures? And if they think they cannot deal with it, do they have any other subordinate body that is responsible for looking into that affairs of that particular political party when PPRC failed? Is it constitutional in our constitution of Sierra Leone to say every political party should be taken to court if they have disagreement within their party structure? Do we have that?
Well, the courts now for everybody.
I know, okay. But I'm talking about separate entities now.
No. And the political party is still seen as a person when it comes to legal matters. So you understand? So the same right way person gets and duty now the same right way an organization, a company, an entity gets. So, but what you ask now that if PPRC, but then can go PPRC back in the court.
So PPRC not even able to govern the system where
after Peter Conte in case now 4 people as you are waiting Hon Abdul Kargbo say now the chairman and leader of the party, the Secretary General, the APC party, and PPRC. So now they all encourage go to court.
Right.
But then I see let's see there's a comment from we go get Hon Abdul Kargbo for joining back just now. Joseph Komba say, of course, an interim executive should be appointed to conduct elections of a new executive. I cannot call this selection as in the case of Samura. So just a correction there, Mr. Komba. this has nothing to do with flag bearer issue. This has everything to do with an executive that was there where Mr. Alfred Peter Conte Kergona court say they did it illegally because 1, then time they expire, 2, it's in appoint them, they not elect them. But the APC party's 1995 constitution make provision for elections or selection depending on certain circumstances. So that's the party internal arrangement. And Alfred Peter Conte was a registered member under the 1995 constitution, correct? Now they pay membership fee, now they agree not to wait election. So it not be no object now will be part of an organization where they elect or select. He willingly, voluntarily applied and become a member of the APC party under the 1995 constitution.
Okay, one more thing I want to ask.
Go ahead.
Was the ruling in the interest of the party or an interest of somebody else? That's one. Now, how does the court ruling affect the newly constitution put together by the APC party?
Well, we don't know yet. So now they test again for calm now because the new constitution still they don't agree on them. So now in effect now. Okay, the revised constitution. So now through that constitution, they then get for go elect people them. Now then delegate conference for man the party of the affairs moving forward from elections.
So according to Hon Abdul Kargbo, the committee where it part of, now the committee where for puts together the rules and regulation of how for conduct the local elections within the party structure.
Lower level elections, yeah.
Right. So, like it clearly say, after the committee don't put together the document the way they already don't say it already don't put together, they don't put together. What happens to the committee and Alfred Peter Conte himself?
They're still going to continue to man the affairs of the party.
No.
Until
if they don't get the executive election, everything don't go in place, everybody don't get the position they were supposed to get. What happens to the committee?
Until then go na national delegates conference. The lower level elections now for the constituencies, region, and so on and so forth, when I then get for form the delegates, now the national delegates conference. The national delegates conference then will go elect the national executive from chairman, deputy chairman, secretary general, and so on and so forth, until the moment where they elect all the one, then this interim committee enroll the seats, then they take the back seat.
Because I just want to ask, if we look at the structures of the new constitution, what's in the essence of setting up the new constitution? We don't get apparatus the way they allow almost everything we Alfred Peter Conte be done talk about, we he say they against. So why now then they put together a fresh document?
The rules and regulation.
Where they guide them through. So what happens, my question is, what happens to the constitution? Is the constitution still legit? Because mind you, if they find a new structure for rules and regulation of how they conduct the lower level and delegate election to the point of selecting their flag bearer, will that take effect straight to the constitution, or the constitution will still not be as valid as it is?
Well, now you're asking your question, and hopefully at some point we will get legal people and I can discuss this, because which they talk so. For being simple, you get an interim body according to the court, and allow that interim body they go by within the constitution, say in terms of electing lower level officials, as well as rather than asking people to go form new rules and regulations.
Thank you.
Where the new rules and regulations, they therefore can go gazette and for another 28 days. Then if somebody say, no, we don't agree with these new rules and regulations, then therefore go back and go begin back and forth.
And review. So
that might take time away from
the points I want to make, will the APC party be ready for election? Because if you look at this technically, every document put together towards PPRC, we already in our courts for can review whatever they have and then take. So you have two-sided judgments, PPRC they review and PPRC Gazette, right? That's not finalized the document. If they go back in the courts and courts review, and then
no. It go 28 days, then Gazette time. If nobody not raise any objection, then the rules and regulations stands. Okay. But if anybody raise any objection, then therefore send them back to the APC party. That's to this interim committee for go look at the objections the way they raise and see if it's something that they're not able to provide explanation for, or we not go stand with them. But like you stated, just that 28 days alone, it's a long time. Yes.
Alfred Peter Conte gets access to the new constitution where they rule APC right now?
If waiting?
You get access to that document today?
Of course, he has access to it. It's a public document. It's a public document. It's being gazetted and everything. So sometimes the rules low weight and sometimes the rules they're not different.
No, but the reason why I asked the question, you already have an existing document that has been gazetted by the country and it has been approved by everybody involved within the political party, including Alfred Peter Conte himself.
Correct, because what they not raise objection, that means they agree with that. So all them is supposed for the court for being don't do.
Now for the fact of the constitution.
The judge in his wisdom for be don't say this committee will not go left vacuum and TB say never get plabber with. So follow play fair game, follow seem to be fair. Una go take the back seat. Let's form a 21-man committee, but una make sure so una go according to the new constitution.
Thank you.
Make sure say una able for elect everybody una supposed for elect because this new constitution not get selection inside again. Now election for every position. So left them, go by the waiting the new constitution say, in as much and they don't look at and say the post will form the when I be the head of the constitutional review committee, automatically becomes the chairman for the elections committee, especially for this first elections, we will lead them to convention. So that is all the wisdom of the judge be supposed to do. But now they don't make things more complex for people because you don't set up new rules. Nobody knows now what's now these new rules.
Thank you.
And come out tomorrow.
So
they don't get an opportunity for test them within the party for say, if anybody been get for raise objection, they raise those objections before then can go to PPRC. But now you for can go to PPRC. PPRC is not getting nothing for do their mandate and for two way out there for 28 days. So 28 days is what? So let's say they take it to PPRC on the 3rd. The 3rd is a Friday. So you take away the weekend. So until we don't know whose stem. The 28 days is 28 days from the PPRC Gazetteer. Not to where they hand them over to PPRC. Because PPRC can get up and decide, say, lights no day, this no make, will not be able to print them, set another 1 month before they gazette them. You don't know.
So basically, we lean up to a couple of months of approval and disapproval of any document pending approval from PPRC or the courts, right?
From say waiting the court say 28 days waiting the constitution say. After that now, the party come, I think they have what we'll wait for the Honorable if we join you back. Fambulem, we'll get Honorable Abdul Kargbo with we, but a day offline right now and to sabi the issue na salon with light and everything. So let me just
Juma, why should we wait for Honorable Kargbo? It takes me to another interesting question. Now, this new rules and regulations.
You ask me like I said, I mean,
no, wait, we get a discussion. Now, so you ask me what your question, like, what's I mean? Now, me that you get so the show. See, then I mean, it's not get so the accusation question until Hon Kargbo get me back again. These rules and new regulations, then way they're not put together pending any kind of approval from whichever party involved. Is the entire party structure going to be involved in terms of agreeing to it or not?
What?
The new rules and regulations they come out.
The rules and regulations are open for the public. When they gazette them, you say can go and say because the rules not for any trade and they do not for flout the Constitution of Sierra Leone, the 1991 Constitution of Sierra Leone. So you self as a citizen get right. Not to just APC member, you self as a citizen, get right for object if you see something we not start. Okay, example. When them do the constitution, the APC constitution, them get National Youth League or Youth Congress, right? But then few people, when they gazette the constitution, object say the National Youth Congress, the yardstick where they use for qualify without the DD, flout both national, the Constitution of Sierra Leone and international laws because the definition for youth, particularly for Sierra Leone, are between, I think, 15 to 35 years or 18 to 35 years, but not more than 35, okay? Whereas before, anybody will determine, feel, say, in one for be part of the young generation or youth league can be. So then we get for go back and adjust that and can go the corrected version to PPRC. So the same can happen now. You say we can go look at say no, then put this say now this rule. We don't know what the rules are. So whatever them put, if you look say so something that you know agree with, you can object as a Sierra Leonean.
Well, again, let me talk say with judiciary is playing a great disadvantage role to the people of Sierra Leone in so many different ways. Because if a judge is making such judgments against a political party where done they for so long, there's nothing wrong to question their system. I have always questioned the system of selection and election anyway. But it is their own system. And if it works for them, and it has worked for them for the past 20 years, why should we complain? But let's go back a little bit. Similarly, and I know for me, I've been another scenario where totally different from this one. But
okay, different.
I will have to. It's not different. It's just a different political structure where SLPP they won by. Where now be equally the same thing as what the APC will do back in the days, as in selection. Who selected the current president for being next flag bearer? Was he elected?
Well, then we make convention. They unanimously agree saying for B at the time. Yeah.
Was it an election or just selection?
Well, it was. I don't know whether he was voted.
Was he voted for?
I don't know, but I say unanimously they agree saying for B the presidential candidate. For
before they not been the get chairman and leader. They only used to have chairman and leader of the political party. The flag bearer is totally different from the chairman and leader.
Correct.
Now, is that being merged?
No, it's different. Now you get a chairman, they get the president's rights now. Now automatically now the leader of the the SLPP party.
So
and the vice president becomes the deputy leader.
So what's the role of the chairman?
The chairman serves the still.
So he's just there as the chairman.
Yeah, he's there as a chairman. That's
he's not the leader of the party anymore.
No, he's not.
Leader.
Yeah, so he's not the leader. He's just there to manage the affairs of the party. When at the same arrangements now, the APC, the new constitution, make provisions for. So, like you say, you ask a question, because for me, I really surprised.
and not taking away his rights, and I hope we'll have him here someday to have this conversation. Why take the party to court where the party already we don't do a constitution, a new constitution? Because if we go back to the APC, the 1995 constitution, why the election and selection clause been there? It's for this, because constitution not to think they change every day. You understand? These are legal documents. So they made provision, you understand, for the future. We've been there at a time where it's not practical for you hold elections because of, now every place, because of war situation, inaccessibility, you understand, certain emergency situations, then the way they can. So they made provision for, say, where necessary, we go select. Okay? That was the provision then. That was the party then provision. So like you say, it worked for them at the time. So if you disagree, but the party, they in the verge, forget this new constitution, we not get selection there anymore, then you decide for Kego the party on a different matter. You say the people that will occupy the position, they don't outlive their usefulness, now they not be elected, then select them. I don't mean understand really what's been the motive behind it, because then be there for going to convention, for go adopt this new constitution, and inside that new constitution, then I go get for go with, for the convention for make sure say they elect officials, not to select them, they go select. But you decided to take the party to court, and now when I get all this other interim arrangement, with more of selections and appointments rather than elections. But now it's okay.
Well, then can they say whether is it in the interest of the party or in the interest of others? Because if I sit back and look at the whole structure, I've always been asking, what is the role of PPRC? Because if PPRC not gets no effective role and PPRC now one of the people in will and take to court, why were they taking to court?
Let's say something else and not do the work. I'll watch waiting at their own thing. I'll look at the
because my question and the way me they ask you look plenty. Because at the end of the day, I'm asking why PPRC to court? What's it okay? You don't say either on the party structure and two individuals that were selected. Okay, fine, no problem. Now, what's in the evidence where Alfred Peter Conte go with the court?
Say they select people then.
Yeah, but what were the other evidence? Where make that selection they affect either him as a person or where make that selection they affect the party as a whole? Because you need to have a reason for taking me to court with the evidence that have actually made a difference in your life negatively.
Mm-hmm.
Or in the life, something
with disadvantage you.
Thank you.
Well, for like I say, for something like I go say, you not get the advantage for let them vote for them, kind of. Now, possibly that's what it is. So let me go to this question here, so and then I'll come back to you. Comment where Malam Abi Jallo writes. And I think it's very interesting. It says people don't understand the court order. Every national delegate conference has rules to be developed for such elections that should be submitted to PPRC. That's what the party constitution says. So we agree. So Malam Abi Jallo, we question to you, the party constitution say you for set these rules, but we question is, according to whose document? The party constitution, are they pull the rules and set, or this interim committee, they decide for develop their own rules specifically? Because the party constitution states how elections for be conducted. 1, when. 2, who that qualify for votes. 3, who that qualify for let them vote for them. All right. let we go back. We fill the void now so with the assumptions. Let we go back to Hon Abdul Kargbo. Welcome back. Welcome. Tell family them I do again.
Thank you.
Join we.
Yeah.
So we be debated now. Say the rules. La allow Tiboy for asking questions. Sorry. Tiboy, hear you.
You hear me now?
Yes, we hear you.
Honorable, I get a few questions that we don't submit me and Juma don't discuss within the past couple of minutes in your absence.
Yes.
Question, primarily now, the ruling way the courts make against the APC party, is it in the interest of the party or other interests? That's one. Then, how does the court ruling affect the new constitution where APC don't put in place already, where the non-gazette, everything has been approved, and then they take Una go court, and then Una now the new executive, the new committee we don't sit down, they prepare a new document where they govern how elections should be conducted from lower level to the top level of selecting the flag bearer. How will that affect the constitution we already done in place?
Well, the constitution we done in place, basically, the rules that we make now aspirating inside the constitution, because now the judge may advise, say we not for renege with the new APC constitution, the national constitution, and the PPIC Act, and the court ruling. We for ensure say we use all the documents, then they will make decision, so that none of the decision they go against any of them documents. Then they, so we don't make the rules them, and basically this shake up at this time very close to election. It will be difficult for the party for lawyer to stabilize together. But like we say now that APC na party we don't establish. APC na party we the inside people. So it's very difficult for like move APC from the people. And we want to seize this opportunity, one, for make sure say we make peace in the party. We reduce the level of animosity in the party. And so far, we don't go a long way for achieve with the talks.
Okay.
All right. So basically, is this going to be an exact extract of the constitution and all the other parties that you've mentioned, or something that you're just adapting and rewrite in a different way for make it suit everybody else in relation to what in the constitution already don't get in place?
Anything for puts na the rules and they, or anything will puts na the rules and they, not for go against the constitution. Anything will puts they not for go against the constitution. So if you go against the constitution and null and void, now that make the judge advise we say law work with then 3 documents then they. So then 3 documents then they get for be taken into consideration for any rule they make. Because if we go against the constitution, then we don't go against the court verdict. So we are very careful. Most of the rules that we'll make not just from the constitution, we take them and put some parts of the rules.
Okay, so that means we need to go back to the 28 days of approval from the...
No, it's still a go. The rules, because the rules then when you set up, they get for Gazette.
Yeah, the Gazette.
For 20 days.
They also invite public opinions on the rules. So the public then say for come who side one petition, just like what we do for the constitution. We've been the PPIC, where people encounter petition after which it mature, we do adjustment, after which it mature, it's on law. That's the same process they will therefore go through. Then at the rule mature, so not to lower level elections will be go.
Okay, so my question for you is this thing about timing. You don't have much time to play with. Now 28 days, you'll have to, we all get for full wear, and for the APC waits until nobody knock out any objections. And what happens if people object to certain part of the rules that they want to get for make? Then now after 28 days, PPIC, they bring them back to una, correct?
No, well, people object. Yeah, after that time, the people actually will call me. Then the people then will go air out the dissatisfaction, the petition before we, you know. And after that, people actually go advise, say, well, we'll do this, we'll do this, we'll do this. Then say, go make their recommendations to we say what I use for adjust. But like I say, now a process, and I believe so we'll reach there, we'll pass there. Because no sooner we done the rules them na lower level. Now for ward elections, then now we go for. After ward elections, we go to constituency elections. We go to district elections. We go to regional elections. Then after regional elections, now we get small break and go into the convention, the National Delegates Conference.
Okay, so all the lower level then you have to do within 60 days.
Yes. Okay. Yes, we do within 60 days.
So is there a promise or possibility for let APC party get all these issues resolved and then get, you know, national executive as well as flag bearer by end of September? Is there a possibility based on which you they predict?
Yeah, for sure, because I want to seize this opportunity for comment publicly members of the 21-man committee. You know, we get the legal team where they know they sleep. It's in the final day we then do the church in the lattice a day to the day we now been the final day. You know, sleep up to 2 o'clock morning. We all lay up. Ensure so we meet the time where the court stipulate. And we then kind of resilience there will get, I should say, we go meet all the court in time. We the deadlines the way the court put. Because we say one, you know, let the party come up, one let the party get executive, one let people learn the way they want the party as well.
Okay. So somebody they ask, I think it in line with which I asked just now, when is the National Delegate Convention?
Well, we not get specific dates for the National Delegate Conference. You know, they say after we don't do the lower levels, I think we get something like 28 days. I go look again the ruling. But after we don't do the lower level, all the lower levels, we get some interval before ever we get the National Delegates Conference.
Okay. Is there any risk where una they predict? I know say right now it's a party that has to be optimistic, you know, for the good of all and the good of country. But is there any risk una they foresee say somebody will decide say myself want to start a fresh court case?
Well, we yesterday we get big meeting at party office, and we see them for talk to come with they say the bigger picture now the party and the country, you know, and we not go like for the the party say we go into elections, we not be formidable. You know, under normal circumstance, by now we for don't get flag bearer, what we said they pass with and campaign with. But up till now, we not get it. So, APC for be the bigger picture. All the training for first research, to the extent.
Yeah, well, they miss you small, I think you call. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, we're not going to spend all the time for first research, you know, whilst SLPP they strategize against it. You know, sometimes if you left per flag bearer affect this defect, this defect, this flag bearer, this defect, this flag, the damage will don't happen. And let somebody win the flag bearer, it can lose the national election for nothing. So long we all come together, we join forces, we concentrate first for go for face the SLPP. Because as things they now then they plan for the elections. Then they plan for the elections. All the census results, then they read the PR system where they want to go with the parliament. You know, all and then now forget towards the 2023 elections. So we as Congress, the energy they will get right now, we'll use them for the 2023 elections and make sure so we rise up to some of the things that we SLPP will impose, you know, and not find for law we use them for the FET reset. Sometimes the FET you compete, you don't tire. By the time the big FET guy, you don't tire. And 2023 elections here is not so taking FET. You know, the level of enmity don't rise to the extent that you go see this APC, they cost this APC man. this APC man go cause this APC flag bearer, that APC flag bearer go cause this APC thing. The bigger picture now for let the party can have power. And we not go able can have power if we not unite. So man, the way they cause from company APC man, the man cause person from other party way. So man, no they even get them for attack or defend APC in social media. And they cause somebody when a flag bearer on social media. And they perfect for you interest. And they perfect for you candidate. And they perfect for you not left the fed for your candidate. Say the party can lose the elections. Law ensure say we put this candidate business for spare we come together and say our best to tackle the census, tackle the PR system, and make sure so we put the party at that height day where the party will be very positioned for contest the 2023 elections. We not get them again. Them is fast spent. So I want to seize this opportunity. You get APC comrades there where this no they talk to this, that set no they talk to this set, that set they no one see this set. The more we gain at that kind level and they now the more we reduce the chances for 2023. So if people, if even you know like person, or if even you and person know the block, for the sake of winning the 2023 election, for the sake of saving the people of this country, for the sake of reducing the prices of commodities in this country, for the sake of let we currency get the value we been get back, for the sake of let employment in our country, for the sake of the extrajudicial killing at Pademba Road, killing at Togo, killing at McKinney, for letting things then they not happen again. You get for swallow your pride and make sure say you urge your company because the battle will get at hand is not easy. The battle will get at hand is big, Lord, make sure say we unite. Lord, make sure say we come together. Now this we can say not to crime. If person come, he say he want contest for anything, not to crime. Now the person is right. Not to think for let him make the person enemy because he express intention. Now they see the data and he say the sky is so wide that you need not remove another man's star for your star to shine. Lord, we accommodate everything, everybody. Lord, create a level playing field for everybody. Lord, make sure say we open the game. It's a democratic process. Who that win, he win. Who that lost, he lost. Anybody we win, we all rally around the person, for propagate the ideals of a party. You see. So the energies they now they put into flag bearer, Lord reserve and force. Lord puts the energies then into the party and make sure say the party will challenge some of the contending issues them we will prevent we for win 2023.
Tibo, want to come in? Go ahead.
I just want to ask one question. We done the YouTube chat for some time now. I believe say you make mention of the financial budget of voting on for do in running affairs of the party itself. Would there be enough fund we are able for use for make sure say the party come back to the structures of voting on a one time for B? And there is speculation of some specific amounts which I will not go into. But
no, you can call wait
there be enough funds because some people they say that 3 million money in the accounts, whatever the amount might be. Will there be enough funds we not able for operate from, or when they look at raising funds for making get enough cash for making put this committee together and execute some of the duties then?
The 3 million allegation and not true. We just be shocked who we are using at 3 million because we see the account, we see everything they did, So not so true. The allegations of 3 million, not so true. But like we say, election, nothing we very, 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 very much expensive for one. Regardless of the amount of money we will still need money. We will still need money. So I want to seize this opportunity for talk to the comrades them na the diaspora, comrades them na salon. That we support the party. The party get pending by elections there. We very, very, very contending. Like for example, the by election will get na Falaba, na Samaya Bendugu, na in the determine who's party na the majority in the parliament. Because right now we get 58 seats. Anybody we win and then they get 59 seats. And na SLPP been get them. But the person will be a member of parliament now, na paramount chief, he contest for the paramount chief. And the chief just say, act very clear, say, and the constitution very clear, say, paramount chief no for be member of parliament, except PCMP. So he left the seat become vacant, and now the seat will be the one for. And the first day when me go launch the campaign, Now Constituency 056, if you see the crowd open, people all say it's unprecedented. Follow pull that crowd there. The crowd will pull enough funny. So I want to see this opportunity for talk to members of the All People's Congress in the diaspora. Law will support the party so that the party go win them pending by-elections there. Because they say a chick that is going to be a cocky spotted when it is hatched. And now we get for create the impression to SLPP say 2023 they are leaving governance.
So that might really sweetener from the bachelor's event.
Exactly. They say if you want to know how beautiful your wife will be when she is old, you must look at the face of your mother-in-law.
I see, don't talk to. If the face of your mother-in-law not actually measure the face of your wife as she is currently, I will not look at my mother-in-law. But definitely for sure, I know my mother-in-law is a very pretty woman, and I would not expect my wife to be not as pretty as my mother-in-law. But one question I have to make reference to is what he just mentioned, as in requesting from the diaspora to be able to fund these campaigns and elections that is happening in Freetown right now. Will it be under the same mandate of payback in return of what you guys are giving? Because we don't want to be in that position. We'll come next government back again. We'll come in see similar kind pattern of voting that happen right now, because we will not sit back and watch that happen. So basically, what are these funds going to be coming up for? Now, for goodwill for the party, or people and the pledge in terms of voting and going back in return for tomorrow, for their own benefits, for any other interest? That would be a very difficult question to ask you now. That you're asking for funds from the diaspora. Because the diaspora, they are playing a key role at the moment where they destroy Salone and then come out from London. And now, I'm being honest about it. So we ask this question now. The funds that they ask from the diaspora as a political party APC stands for, is it going to be anything back in return for them put also they make a contribution, or then they make contribution on their own group? Because we don't want to make begin here, he say, oh, when I will be not support for make them win the election, so I want something back in return on a payback time. Because we never accept payback time in Sierra Leone anymore. Do your due diligence for the political party where you support, not expect anything back in return if you are not qualified. So over to you, sir.
Well, basically, the All People's Congress na a grateful party. Na party where they look people away, don't suffer for them, and people away don't giving their all to the party, and they say yes, this person na APC person, this person na APC 2 and 2. But like we say, when we support the party, we not forget anything at the back of our mind saying that this maker they support the party, and this maker they support the party. You forget a genuine conscience and genuine mind say, they support the party for let the party win. And I believe say the resources the way they put into the party, not they go in vain. Not they go in vain. The effort way they put into the party, not they go in vain. Somebody can say it better for let they recognize me, from the backyard than always then they recognize me from the front, you see. So I want to assure every diaspora, say, the support way then they give to the All People's Congress Party. Now something we very dear in our time, now something we want right now, now something we need right now. And basically the support's not going to go in vain, go just drop in the dust like that. Because whichever way, reward they come for the support way they give to the party. For conditionalize the support. One thing APC for the enter you naturally, if for elect the party naturally. For say, well, the support because of this, because of that, because of this. Some of us have been in APC for quite a while. We only get the opportunity now for serve. Even when APC been from 2007 to 2018, some of we not ever hold any government position. We not ever work for government. We never get the opportunity. But we still need to serve the party. Today, no tomorrow. So Lord keep on serving the party and Lord promote the ideas of the party. Minus your own position, you get different other reasons why make you for voluntarily serve the party. Because APC now no more will control the finances of this country. From where APC been there, not easy for less alone currency, the Leone it devalues, so it drops. So Now Guinea money don't value pass real money because we not get the APC where they get prudent financial management, where they get effective financial policies for make sure we save the economy. Under APC now the prices of commodity not they be skyrocketed more than Guinea and more than every other neighboring countries because we do we do price control and all. You see, and the tax burden we always reduce some for make sure the people. So you get plenty other reason for support APC other than your own personal reason. Now APC no more they develop the country. Check the number of votes the way APC make. Check the number of infrastructural development the way APC puts on. So when you support APC by extension, you support Salon and you make less Salon go before as well.
Thank you so much. Hon Abdul Kargbo, there's this painstaking question or issue about membership within the party. Okay, and then they're very important because waiting qualify you first for votes that you're a member of the party, and waiting qualify for let them vote for you that you're a member of the party. So the reason they ask, we get a lot of contradictions. We possibly watched the last press conference with the party do, and the ruling say, some parts of the membership issue should be resolved before convention, and there are other parts of the membership issues we get for be dealt with na convention. But with the at the same time, the interim chairman, Mr. Conte, they say all membership issues will be resolved before convention. So we not understand. Because the reason we could ask you, go back with Tibo's earlier question about being too creative. The interim committee become creative and go outside waiting the court's ruling say. So that's why we're asking. I don't know whether when I don't get this side conversation and try to get one voice, because if you are encouraging people from the diaspora, for example, for contribute their money and they want to have some clarity. Am I a member or am I just contributing as a well-wisher of the APC party and things like that? They want to be sure of, with that imposition.
Yes, on the membership issue, now two things the judge say. They say, one, we can resolve membership issue before the convention, or we can do one during the convention. If I refer to Article 10 of the new Constitution, if I refer to Article 13G of the new Constitution. Article 10 they address, then one they win new members, the one they now this. Then Article 13G, I think, they address the one they win a readmission. Like if you may not be part of the party, you don't left, you understand it, then they readmit you to the party. So in the classes of membership issues where they discuss, some membership issue then they will like the we not get rights for readmit per se. Now the National Delegate Conference, when the highest body, now the party, now get right for readmit. So now I make the judge in the wisdom say so one. Una go solve one before, and so one not during the convention. Una go do one because na the delegates convention when I the highest body, na the party na go get right for the time.
Okay, I think that's clear. And I'll just advise as a layman here for let una continue to educate the public on that and try to get one voice, just like how you say, on their issues then because obviously you need members for votes. And so now still admit new members. So if somebody want to become a member of the APC today, what's the process?
Well, the process is clear for let you become member of the party. In a clearly spelled now Article 10 of the Constitution. But like I say, the rules they also did. The rules them also did. So the rules now for guide whether they vote or whether not they vote. You say, you can register today as member, then tomorrow you want to go vote. You say, right. So the rules they get for inform, the rules they get for guide how the process get for be managed. And the rules then go there out tomorrow or very soon.
Okay. But if person want be join APC today, then able for go join. They're not get for wait stay the APC get new executive before then go be member of APC.
Well, that's again something where we get for Sidompa as a committee, because the court give we mandate for resolve membership issue. And when they say resolve membership issue, resolve something we don't begin now they resolve, or something we they in process now they resolve, or something we don't begin we not done now they resolve. You say, so we get for take into consideration the choice of words where the judge use, so that we not go against the ruling of the court say.
Okay. And the court's ruling, just for the benefit of the diasporans, does it extend to the APC in the diaspora? And the reason why I ask, again, because we get some information that the interim chairman held meetings with diaspora branches and tell them, say, let an executive continue for operate. But if the court's ruling say that all executive na every level for be dissolved, and we only recognize this 21-man committee. So we want to clarify whether the diaspora operates in a different constitution or arrangement, and Salon they operate in different arrangements.
Some people not able to read the judgment properly. The judgments, the courts not ban every executive.
Okay.
The court injunct specific positions there. And when you go to the ruling, the judge states the positions the way they injunct. That is the national executive, that is the chairman, deputy chairman, secretary, treasurer, the public relations officer, that enact the injunct them, permanent injunction, and the injunct also all the regional chairmen, they injunct them, all the constituency chairmen, they injunct them, all departmental heads appointed by the former chairman, they injunct them. They injunct them from performing any task or conducting themselves in their previously held position.
Or using other...
Yes, what they mean by them previously held position. All they want them they not for come again and say, me na chairman, or me na deputy chairman, or me na secretary general, or they not for perform any function of the one them of the position. But then an APC member, nothing not stop them for being APC member. Even at the 21-man committee, if somebody may want to nominate them for inside the committee, them for nominate, they let them come. They not stop them from participating in any further elections. They could even contest now this national delegate conference over the camp. You see. So if the courts no say, the judge in wisdom no say, in the 32 constituencies they all get, not to the chairman, they no more. You get the chairman, you get the vice chairman, you get the secretary and all. But the judge only injuncts the constituency chairman. He injuncts the regional chairman. He injuncts the NAC. He injuncts the... So say, if they among the injuncted cases, then I believe say you not get case.
Okay, so the diaspora, is that a region or what? So that's the understanding, because if the diaspora
the new constitution make the diaspora a region.
Okay.
So the diaspora now a region.
Okay, so the diaspora chairman themselves, wait to call or then continue for that, because that's the clarity.
Interestingly, the region not ever get chairman, because this is the first time the diaspora is becoming a region. They not ever get chairman at the region. You say they not ever get chairman at the region, not the diaspora. So basically, I believe the judgments now go for if they may not get the structures, then get chairman. If the court say all chairmen, regional chairman, then that means say but they not get a structure of that nature. And now we try for make sure say we get the diaspora for the region.
Okay, so diaspora another area, I don't ask from on behalf and not say CRGM media not ask on behalf. So then say on contribute to get by elections them coming up, the interim secretary don't come and appeal to una say let una contribute and for what's time the by elections then are the areas that we mentioned.
All the by elections then for take place the same day. We're now the 25th of this month. So we not get better time again to the by elections then.
Okay. Go ahead, T-Boy.
What thing will be the issue on party counter activities there where somebody asks now, Facebook say, if any party member go against party activities, what will be the consequences of that party member?
Well, anti-party activity is a crime by itself. But again, this constitution go ahead for say some things there. Like for example, if you're a member of APC party, then APC send candidates in a social constituency. Then you left APC candidates, you go campaign with other candidates, automatically it will lose you membership in the party.
And that will take effect from when?
It may not take effect from when this constitution mature.
Okay, so basically, I guess in case.
Yeah, it may not take effect.
No, that's like program for. We have to protect Hon Abdul Kargbo because it is in a delicate situation in this interim capacity. No can begin ask for specific, but not exactly. How you the good question? But we left now.
One more question, Hon Abdul, please, I beg. I'm not saying to you one green and make mention of the wisdom of the judgment. Why is everybody focusing on the wisdom of the judge and in judgment? Why the wisdom? What's not the reason behind the specific word, the wisdom? This is the first time I'm actually hearing this word being used over a judgment being passed by a judge consistently when you make mention of the judge in a judgment. Why?
Well, symbolically, you can see the judge and they were weak. And the weak na cray. And then you can say any cray and a possibly extremely guessing. Wise.
So they can say?
Yeah, not to say what they can say.
Yeah, so the decisions of the judge, we always can call and say now wise decision. Because the judge basically they take the decision in any matter. So it is the wisdom of the judge, So intended the wisdom of the judge not can be your wisdom, but the wisdom of the judge.
Tibo, just sound like the referee. You understand? Say Premier League obviously first time they bash the referee, they coach them. But now, if the ref say head card, whether I right or wrong, they might criticize that because they find you back on top. That you don't rule or game over.
Yeah, but the referee then gets judgment now in the past when at VAR. They cannot make that specific judgment if they are not sure. So are we going to imply VAR in court soon?
You never know. That will happen soon. Yeah. All right. Let's go now to the bigger issue, the bigger picture. Sierra Leone as a country. Or before we go there quick, how this flag bearer issue, because we know say the federal nadebe, okay? Now we don't know say automatically with the new APC constitution, the flag bearer automatically becomes the leader of the party and the running mate becomes the deputy, and then you get the national executive where they run the affairs of the party. So how is this thing? We still get people. The last time the APC had 28 people. One person emerged according to the way APC they select or elect or choose somebody for lead. Now it's going to be an election. And you started highlighting that people in the box themselves, they fed themselves. But waiting the APC not learn from the last term for say, you know what? If we continue for FET itself, we will result to the same thing. Why we are not able to forget that thing we are in as much as it's going to be an elections, but still don't try to mitigate some of this unhealthy competition with the go.
Well, basically, we don't seize the opportunity for advice everybody. You know, the bigger picture are the party and the country. The bigger picture not to your candidates. The bigger picture are the party and the country. So if find law all day together, law all self tight, law win. We all know the same thing. We all know the same thing. But if we come with confusion, come with ala, begin fight with self, you know, now we be diverted from the realities of the elections. Because they focus internally, then externally, we know they do anything. So I want to see this opportunity again for people all that let the fight be over. You know, the war, 90 comes to win at the election. Law ensure say we win the war, win at the elections. You go win the battle, but you not go win the war. You see, so if you flag bearer win, now the battle leader win. But 2023, if he lost, now the war he lost. So winning a battle and losing the war, very bad. So now that make our advice, we all love drop what we do. Lord, we ensure say we unite. Once now APC come with, if you see that the attack on some side, defend them. You know, not join for cause somebody when APC come with. Not join for molest somebody when APC come with. Because if you say not to flag bearer, or because if you say not to the support, not the way you cause them, the person will succeed. Not the way you attack and the person will succeed. Lord, learn for respect yourself as comrades. And when they say respect, everybody get the right for contest for position. Even necessary in the constituency. You know, we person say the contest, you know. One boy come in the constituency say the contest, you know, and they begin the campaign. We begin the campaign, some of me supporters then come. Honorable, hey, so person, they don't go in campaign, then they, in fact, law attack them. Law, I say, for waiting. Because a campaign, I say, no, law create a level playing field. Uta one campaign, like can campaign. Office day, when I'm the party office, when I'm on behalf of the party. So once a night, I say, one can make nado, one can put to roof nado. Now I say, no problem. He take permission. Now I say, no problem. He puts the roof nado, I wait to get meeting, where the meeting flop everybody day, in self-shock, now I call I introduce them, and I say, do a lot clap for them, because this roof here nado, input and they. That is the game. That is the game. Now, when you afraid your capability, afraid your ability, now that make you the cause, you the slap or the fight, so that they contest against you. Let us create a level playing field. We all are comrades of APC. It not mean say because that boy they say they can't stand against me for take an hour as enemy. Sometimes then if I go party meeting at the district, I go to at the say Kalogo. I say Kalogo, yourself you need for the expose, you need for let them sabi at this party. You need for this. To the extent that I look me, say, this is Alex I get for the BAU now. You see, not so thing way. But some man as person say, this flag bearer business law will still get the same, you know, the same perception about that. Not so the way you fight person, not so the way they kick person. If you don't fight, you don't curse, you don't slap. The other you don't fight, you don't curse, you don't slap, you don't disgrace in the public, it can be APC flag bearer. They can eventually win the election. Who say you go there? Who say you go there? Sometimes that person will in the cost for self now paddy back with that person they will win. They also go they talk fine. Then you don't create a bad impression about yourself. So in as much as we did by this channel, Lord get down there at the back of we mind. Say tomorrow there will be an eventual winner. So if we get eventual winner, waiting a own response. Now that make even one in the campaign, and they want me supporters them. Please be at peace with all other candidates then. I say be at peace with all other candidates then. And what do mean they do? Are they make sure say are they gonna all me candidate me contenders then the people all will stand. Are they gonna they host them? Are they gonna they host them? I mean they go fend them. Then they will be talk. So at the end of the day, when the party give me the symbol, that Allah no be there. Everybody mean they say, if they not give me, let them get Abdul Kargbo. If they not give me, let them get Abdul Kargbo. Whilst the two they not go to talk, two they not they see one side, me they talk with them all. Are they going to the all houses there? I believe say that kind of relationship then they will for create. And so the flag bearers then, I believe say if we begin mix at that level, it will send a very strong message. So we supporters then say yes, no mix. But if we self begin space we self, we begin make that bureaucracy day, we begin this, that, now more with the fear, the level of animosity for we supporters there. So the flag bearers, them do ya, our law set the pace for the party. Our law begin the unity from the party. If we begin at that level, naturally they flow candle. Naturally they flow candle. If they see this flag bearer today, go fend that flag bearer day. That flag bearer day tomorrow, go fend and they see these 3 flag bearer, they all go na APC bearing together. You know, then sit down, then this, that, tell us, then go. These are things they will for the journal. Because the unity of the party, we go allow, we go talk to. If the flag bearer, they not begin now for nothing. If they not set the pace, now for nothing. Lord begin see them together. Lord begin see them, they move together. Lord begin see them, they go APC functions together. You know, Lord see them, they gel. But if that did not happen, always this way they for this, it go cost this way they for this way they for this go cost that the way they for that. And we don't need that now as a party. All we need now for focus on the things that we will make we win 2023. Now for focus on the things that we will make we will pull SLPP in our power. Now for focus on the things that we will make APC come back. But if we not do that with the faith we serve, we go exhaust with energy. We go use all our energy. Where the big feds can now no get strength for feds. Now we call hold it on and they go easy for SLPP. So Lord we ensure say we stop the kind of thing that if you not APC, me not APC, not cost me. That not cost you. That my way say they can't stand for a position. And this also they happen even our constituencies them. The constituency then they are posting gaps so you say one be member of parliament. Oh, it don't become target. It don't become target. Then go cost them, then go attack them, then go disgrace them, then go do it. No. And some man also where he want be member of parliament. What did they do? Now the current member of parliament now go molest, now go cost. Now they use words against, now they make them the attack. You cannot pull another man for you to rise. If you don't respect other than that seats they follow, you can, they will be difficult. It will be difficult. You get grace in taking over. So if you don't molest other than they now see they so for yourself. So it don't mean say because I want waiting this person gets, I for molest them, I for bring a candle. Believe in what you to do. Focus for what they do for you people them. You know, if you people believe say what you do for the correct, you don't need for faith. Now then they fight for you. Now then they can rally behind you. So APC, law will not take the faith. The faith to we is more aggressive than the faith to we against SLPP. A more aggressive to we self. There is no constituency where you go where you see this person the faith landed, this person the faith landed, this person the faith landed, this person the faith. Power now from God. Power now from God. Lord land that mentality there. And Lord land for all we serve tight. Lord land for all we serve tight. If APC not come na power, we are depriving Sierra Leoneans. We are depriving them. People indeed are not glad with waiting they happen. Everything don't shoot up. Minus they shoot up. You see even the recent human rights report where the United States Department of State release. Paragraph 3 very damning for the country. They say we government they engage in unlawful and arbitrary killings. They say we government cruel and inhumane. We say we government they say we get threatening prison life condition. Say threatening. They say the government they intimidate opposition. They arbitrarily arrest opposition. How long then they for continue? The only way we can change is to have a better government. This government increased the price of electricity, even though they go negotiate with the car power ship. The car power ship reduce their cost. They reduce their cost. And this government they make $18 million for every 2 years. But still they go increase the price for electricity tariff. So we people need a people-centered government. And then you can only get out now the APC government. So Lord will not deprive the people from making them begin enjoy their country back. Lord will not deprive the people of national cohesion. Lord will not deprive the people for access to justice. Lord will not of regional balance. He said, Lord will people of all other things. So I want to seize this opportunity so we always na APC. We no get time. We need for save this country. We need for step up We need to make sure say we do the right thing. Thomas Sankara and I say the hottest place in hell is reserved for those who maintain neutrality in moral crisis. There is a moral crisis in our country. If we not come together, we need to save this country. If we not come together, we need to deliver this country. Lord, forget about fighting ourselves. Osai we go. That man they beat to my president to you na APC man. Sometimes then they because if you don't contest, we see the tender way the former president in the, and we see the level of animosity we been there between he and the Eddie Toure, then say Kamal, we find out say they're gonna court, at the end of the day, it was very tense. But when they make peace, then contest the election, former president win the election. They all then send them on side. They all then put them on side. Now so APC get for the nobody no get for left. We all get for big position for make sure say we transform this nation. So some man even mutate, mind other party win than somebody else in party win. And waiting they cause this now the level of hate who they develop. They don't go to one level, that they say no, this man the way we hate him before he waiting say let the other party win. To the extent that some man even they undermine the party activity.
So that's deep. Hon Abdul Kargbo. If you just join me, we get Hon Abdul Kargbo now, Constituency 077. Ide with me now. So Hon Abdul Kargbo, somebody asked in the chat about Parliament. Say, is there unity within the APC parliamentarians? So somebody asked in the chat. I will ask you that when we lead. Yeah, go ahead. I want to assure the person. Say there is absolute unity in this set of APC parliamentarians. From all go parliament, nobody no ever undermine the APC party. Nobody no ever go against, with views as a party. As a party, once it is in the interest of this nation. Most of the things that the government will carry we not correct or we not there, we not in the interest of this nation. We all know the supporter. If we say we know the supporter, we all know the supporter. You see, so we are united, we are together, we speak one voice. We not get like the other parliament them where this go come also you go so, then they come also you go so. No, we are united, regardless of the fact say we face difficult circumstances in the parliament. Okay. All right, yes, T-Boy. Whilst we get T-Boy, I will get we engineer for get ready. We call one video. We will leave it to next conversation. We now the what do you call it, midterm census. But T-Boy, with your question, while we get ready for play that video there.
I just want for commend Honorable say he speak with wisdom. And not to
in his wisdom. Why not? He
didn't speak in his wisdom. He didn't speak with wisdom.
I get upper point.
No, the reason make I say that now because he mentioned the fact say when una all in a one political party, there is no need to be brutal or to be aggressive or to be ruthless because we see in the formation of PAOPA. That's the reason why PAOPA became PAOPA, because it was a brutal fight, and we see the repercussion of the one we've been that kind of brutal infighting with the current president of Sierra Leone. So that's now wisdom. And if anybody not learn that lesson there, and it continue for be as aggressive, as ruthless as they want to be, where they not get no flag bearer yet, well, it's your choice, because that flag bearer will keep you in the wilderness, just like we get PAOPA. We don't keep so many of the SLPP in the wilderness because of that form of brutal political party activities where they begin. Thank you. So basically, that's our message of wisdom to all membership of the APC. Fight a good fight. It doesn't necessarily mean you will have a place or you have a stake in the next government, if it is, but at least you have a normal relationship with whoever is going to be the next president of Sierra Leone, whether be it your favor or against your favor, like the Honorable say, it is in the interest of the party. So it's up to you guys to decide on whatever you want to do in terms of fighting each other, in terms of how you're going to fight each other, whether physically, aggressively, verbally, anyhow, but just try to be moral as possible as you can, because you don't know what's going to happen. Your representative for any position might not be the winner. Who said that one they left you after the election?
And let's just give illustrative example.
Okay.
You know, me driver where I get now, during the elections campaign, I tell them, because me know they encourage anybody where they support me for cause other person or for attack other person. I always they tell them, say no, una be friend them, una talk to them. So me driver always can they talk to me opponents them, you know, then they jail and they talk fine, you know. When my opponent lost, me become honorable. One day me driver me cross for Golunge, you know, in the cross for Golunge. In fact, it was so urgent. We go ferry no day, you know. So he decide for use speedboat. He go for go use speedboat. Now something for go do very, very, very urgent. He go for go use speedboat. We go, you know, go get the speedboat. The only speedboat we they be need more people for let them cross. So in order to say, one of the people that we may stand appear at the scene. We appear at the scene. I say, hey, if people are not there because are urgent, I will charter the speedboat. So he pay for the speedboat all the amount we for pay for all the passengers there. Nice in the driver. Nice who say one go. Nice go Kalo can go sit there now to the cross. They all to cross. The driver will go solve a problem with very urgent way for solve. So imagine if he may not cross that man, they become me in the stand. Imagine if he may not attack because me in the stand. That man for render body for say that man they know the entire. So there is life after politics. There is life after politics. Not destroy your image because you support one person. Not they make person that you destroy yourself. You see, you support one person to the extent that you go and create enmity for yourself. No. There is life after politics. Always love be civil, love be open up. If person say they stand, not to way for cause and for. You see.
Okay. Thank you so much. Well, now we will come to the other part. We don't say you get a generator right now. We popo the lights no good. You get lights for that. As you say, you get lights.
Yeah. They before about 3 days now. We know they get lights. Not today. Now we get lights. Not all. Not they not to me.
Okay, that's all you do. So
yes. 3 days now, we no mean they get lights. Not today we get lights. Not all because Lungi na be 1 month. We no mean they get lights. Now then last week now we can get lights now Lungi.
Wow.
So today I get lights.
Somebody tell say the sound the echo. We want to check them for we. I don't know what's causing that echo. Well, we don't know it. We'll check them just now and we'll try to fix them. Apologies, viewers, if you not face any technical difficulties. So, Hon Abdul Kargbo, let's go to this midterm census. Okay. Midterm census, we hear a lot of backlash. Things them back and forth. They happen before the midterm census. Even the World Bank being able to pull out the financing or supporting the census because, according to them, it's rushed, and if continue like that, we're not going to achieve the ultimate aim and possibly go get flood data. Now, the census result don't come out, or the figures don't come out, and citizens are surprised on certain things. What's Parliament's take, or your own take, or the opposition parliamentarians then take on the midterm census? Then before we can play one video where we see the honorable leader of the opposition, they discuss the census issue.
Well, for sure, the census from the one it begin wrong. Section 2 of the Census Act clearly say from time to time, President go dey call for census through a statutory instrument within the good lane of Parliament. After the statutory instrument mature, then the census can begin. They make a proclamation to a statutory instrument within the good lane of Parliament. You see, and standing at the first stage where you ever do before ever you do census. Why you do this statutory instrument na Parliament? Now because parliamentarian then they all sign at the country, not sign on the way not get parliamentarian. So if they go make the statutory instrument and they will convey to the people, and then they all man they aware for let the awareness day say yes, the president don't call who then get for country. But what thing happen in this census? Then begin the cartographic mapping.
Which is what?
Then they go now, then different houses, then first go map, say this na this community, right, but then right na the wall, say this, that. Then begin the cartographic mapping. Then begin some other activities then when are part of the census without going with the statutory instrument of parliament. When I for don't be the first step. And then begin the activities then on their own stronghold. So meaning them in on the ahead of the other places then. Them in on the ahead. They don't put themselves ahead of the counting process than the other places then. Now only after people raise concern, then say now we'll go with the statutory instrument na parliament. And we then go with the statutory instrument na parliament. One, we be need for know whether in the council or waiting them in non-do force. We're not legal because they did not go to parliament and they not get the authorization of parliament, the approval of parliament. We be want to know whether then the council. But waiting them do, all waiting them in don't do before they go with the statutory instrument of parliament. They're not council amo. It still stand. So we then go with the statutory instrument of parliament. We say no. Una no go lay statutory instrument for census. We una don't begin the process. Una dey far ahead of the process. Una begin the process now. Some places them when una stronghold. Una begin the process. Some places them when una stronghold. You see, so we contend with Dandy, and we may say then go call we at table. Lord, we can't talk. But then say no, then they go ahead. And that day there was a fiasco na parliament. That's ended up being too many women they meet because parliament in the under invasion.
Right.
That's where they call police.
So that time did that check paper be happen.
No, that did it.
Okay.
In fact, have been the proclamation they've been checked. That did it. You understand? So after the battle of that day, they not say, Lord call them and they are Lord talk to them because parliament are lobby and negotiation. Not so by force say, I for do this. So they discard all of that, then go ahead and say the paper don't mature. And then still continue with the census business. They not go before, they not stop. You understand? And anything you don't do before the census is illegal. Anything you do before you can go the statutory instrument of parliament is illegal. Even the manner where they lay the statutory instrument is illegal. Because at the time when them in the land, the maize, when are the symbol of authority in a parliament, they be don't take and go na do. And that means any side that means they not do. Elect the whole parliament, they meet in a parliament. If that means they not to parliament. But even
that big iron where they can
yes,
before the speaker.
Yes.
Okay.
But even if now you host, we decide for meet. Once that means they did it, a parliament. Now the symbol of authority of parliament. So when they run away with the means, then go with after that and then collect the paper. So the paper was not even properly laid in parliament. But they insist yes, then go lay the paper and then continue the process of the census. And the planning stage was bad. The training of enumerators was poorly done. So the extent that World Bank look there say, hey, this is Alex, we no get time more. And cartographic mapping, therefore don't do in 6 months before the census. Then they almost keep the pilot census. Therefore don't do in 6 months before the real census, the pilot census.
That's for check if there are any issues, bottleneck, where they're able for fix before.
Yes.
You know.
Yes. All land they not do. They almost keep 1 month to the census, 9 and do the pilot census. So World Bank look them ping, he say, Brady, we wanna they rush this thing. So he say no call for. He say una don the thing poorly plan. He say so me I they remove my staff, the technical assistants, so I'm in the queue now, that they remove the money and they give me money again. but still insist and let no go money, will they continue?
Why the rush?
I don't know. And you see, say now, even this the enumerators themselves, say now they not don't pay the it.
The people in the way they go out, they count people collect the data. They
yes,
still not pay them.
They not pay them, but who they with them tablets the way they use? Then they with the tablets the way they use. You see? And free toya go na the houses the normal. Go ask. You just take it all randomly. Go na houses, then go ask. You say them country, then kaya. Out of 10 houses, something and one house go say yes, then kaya. So most of the houses were omitted. They not count them. They not count them.
If you want for pause and let we watch this video, and then we will allow for like comments. Like continue for comments on them.
Okay.
Yeah. See the effect with the mosquito there.
I did tell you. It's not easy.
But one thing I noticed throughout the 5 days is that colleagues on the other side have spent all of their time in debating statement of a president who is now former, rather than debating very address that was delivered.
In name na Honorable Cherno Ramadan Majuba, the leader of the main opposition APC party at the Salon Parliament, and also even take the floor at the Well of Parliament Monday, May 30, 2022, for roundup from the opposition side, the debate for Seka President Bio in state opening speech, where he make na Parliament this bientem.
Mr. Speaker, I will take you to page 2 of the President's speech. Paragraph 7. The President is very, very smart, very, very brilliant, very, very intelligent. Line 3. Page 2, paragraph 7. When he was talking about the census, he used the word credible before data. The President is expecting the credible data. Very intelligent, very smart. But I want to say, Mr. Speaker, that the way the census started, it ended worse than the way it started. The data is far from credible. Yes, far from credible, Mr. Speaker.
The leader of the main opposition APC party talk about the midterm population and housing census, where in result just come out the next day, Tuesday, May 31st, 2022, as Honorable Ba not been waste time for condemn this census information and serve the results. We don't come out now, as he say, not a true results, but the Salon population, and people not for believe them. Honorable Ba continue for give reason them as to why he say people not for take the census results serious, as he first begin with the procedure we get for do with the law with statistics Salon used for start the census process, where he say get bought even before then take the documents na Parliament April 19, and even after that, all the process them we then start with like the mapping of the host them and area them for the census, where Parliament not been agreed for yet. That the same information then used for get the census results.
Mr. Speaker, like the other member from Bombali alluded this morning when he was talking about statistics, Leone, he says statistics has not been doing justice to this government. I share that perception, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we all know what transpired on the 19th of April last year at the Bintumani. So I will not go into history, but all I want to tell this House, and by extension the public, is that all what Statistics Sierra Leone had done before the 19th of April, 21 days after the 19th of April, Mr. Speaker, are we together?
Absolutely.
This is very important, Mr. Speaker.
I'm multitasking.
Mr. Speaker, all what Statistics Sierra Leone did by way of the census before the 19th of April last year was never annulled, whether it was cartography, whether it was mapping. That was before the 19th of April. and 21 days after the 19th of April, which quote unquote, some are claiming made the instrument legitimate. They just blended the negative and the positive. And you know what the answer is? Negative plus positive. It's negative. So it is illegal, Mr. Speaker. Simple mathematics. Simple mathematics.
One other reason we make the leader of opposition at the Salone Parliament, Honorable Ba, say people not for believe the census result and that the people we supposed for take part in the census. When a Salone people, plenty of them not being grieved for take part in the census.
Mr. Speaker, I also tell you with authority that the census, the midterm census, was meant for population and housing, and it was dubbed the People's Census. Mr. Speaker, Statistics Sierra Leone and others who are supporting them claimed that as a result of what transpired within that period, people did not participate. So if it's People's Census and they refuse to participate, how can it be a census? How can it be a census?
Apart from the people, we not been ones for make statistics alone count them for the census. But the leader of opposition talk with authority, say even statistics alone not been reached na plenty host them for count people, because plenty host them where you go, you not go see any mark for sure say statistics alone been reached there for count people.
Mr. Speaker, I'm not sure if I go to now. It is evidently clear that when you do housing and population census, whichever premise you visit, you must leave a mark. It is strike law. You must leave a mark. Go around the city of Freetown, identify where the marks are. Nowhere. Nowhere. Mr. Speaker, I will tell you, at least 8 out of every 10 in the Western area you talk to, they will tell you SO2, nobody not going to miss. And this is not just for locals, eh? Even MPs on that side, you have to be careful because your people are watching. They are listening. Yes. They know that they were not counted. And even those who were recruited, some of them still have their palm tops with them. So how did they calculate the figures when the palm tops are not in statistics? They are yet to pay people. The numerators still have their palm tops. So where did you get the data from? Oh, from space.
For sake of all the reason them make the leader of the main opposition at the Salone Parliament, Honorable Cherno Ramadan Majuba, say the census result we just come out na do, no real, and that people not for believe them as one way credible. For Salone Parliament, I on Gla TV Online. Mina Abdul Gla the report.
Well, fumble them, that's na Honorable Cherno Ramadan Majuba, where people they commonly call Cherry Coco, we are the leader of the opposition at the Sierra Leone Parliament and for the APC party. So we want to say thank you very much to Bla TV because na them, material we share. So we appreciate that very much for we viewers them. It's no credit to us, but credit to Black TV. We cover that session in our parliament. T-Boy, before we get Hon Abdul Kargbo for Kanjo, you listen to this whole thing. So the Hon Abdul, they play with words here for justify the illegality of the census or the midterm census that the president been calling the people's census. But then the same government say, people they not agree, let them count them. Now I make particularly Western area, the population number low. And they ask a question. If you say the people's census, but then the people say no, we no mix on this. So how it becomes the people's census?
Well, not so technical term, now basic term, because when you say technical or something, you get some kind curve behind them. where you go begin think about them so much. But this is practical terms, people census. It means it's for the people. So if you put something in place for the people, then the people they still know not to for we, or we know they take part, then how would you say this is for the people? But my question with the census now, two things. One, what's the essence of census being conducted normally in any country or location? Number one, they have a primary reason. Census is basically being used for the purpose of developmental infrastructure or whatever mechanism you want for use for generate something that will benefit that particular community, country, or nation. For example, if the growth of the population increase in gender, you know how for tackle issues they were related to that specific gender, they will not increase in terms of satisfying their basic needs, in terms of satisfying their medical, educational, social, and any other need of that particular gender. That's why you conduct that census for know what has changed in the gender disparities of that particular community. And then you also look at the areas of maybe population growth in terms of kids, youth, primary school going kids, secondary school going kids, and university school going kids. So if you don't have enough infrastructure to cater for the increase in population of the children that you are giving birth to in that particular country, location, or wherever it is, it means you have to put things in place. So if the population growth of people between the age of 10 to 16 has increased or doubled, and you only have limited capacity for those that were there in the present situation when I mean like 10 years back, we now been the stable situation, now you don't increase, you therefore increase your infrastructural development in terms of education, health, social, and all other issues. So to me, I don't know whether this particular census is being geared towards that. It's another question where sometimes we will able to forget answer for to the one that will conduct the census. If they give you the opportunity for me to accept the request and can sit down and talk to it. Then one, two. Even if you have a population growth in census, doesn't necessarily mean that growth in population is a voting population. If we taking it into context of election, for example, you might have a population growth in a community, but the voting population will still remain either the same or sometimes even decline. But it can also be an increase in population votes, meaning the age where the people in the votes is from 18 upwards. It means within the past 10 years or within the past 4 years, we've had a generation of people who have turned 18. We don't add maybe 1 or 2 or 3% to the voting population. But also, it doesn't necessarily mean those that have the voting rights will necessarily vote. So it is a complex situation of addressing this particular census. As far as I'm concerned, I have various different questions in terms of how they going to come into play practically, how it will be effective or ineffective. If you raise another constituency from what we don't see with the census number, are you going to put all the apparatus in that particular constituency to meet the needs of that constituency that you're going to recreate because of the population growth of that particular area? One, that has to be considered. Secondly, it doesn't necessarily mean that particular area will get densely amount of people and legible, is it? Mm-hmm. To vote? But they have the choice not to vote, right?
Yeah.
It's their choice, it's their opinion, it's their right. So now I am asking the question, what is the importance of this particular census? And how is it going to benefit the people of Sierra Leone? And how is it going to be utilized going forward? I made a statement a couple of days ago in one of my groups, and I asked the question, we should bear in mind that this document, if falsified, is going to be the document that we are going to use going forward. Let's think about it carefully. If this document is going to be accepted by the people of Sierra Leone, that is the document that is going to be used going forward.
Yeah.
So we have to be very mindful of that. And secondly, when we don't put these documents into play, are we going to execute it accordingly? Because to me, the census was questioned by the people in really fondly and said, sorry, we don't support this particular process that you guys want to follow, but still, we say no, we will go ahead with them because we want to make the census correct. Okay, agreed. But the population growth in Sierra Leone has maintained and remained the same. 7.something million within the past 5 years? Come on, let's be realistic. Okay, we agree to say some people abstain and don't want to be counted. If I am governing a region and I don't have the correct data of that region, it means I am going to fail in executing my duty to serve that particular region. Because I don't know for sure who are the people that I'm serving in numbers. Will I not be taking that into high consideration because I will fail as a leader because I don't know exactly the exact or approximate amount of people that I'm supposed to be serving? So wherever I want to make a decision in terms of the population growth in that particular area, it is a wrong statistics. It means everything that I'm doing in that particular area is not going to be correct, or is not going to be it's not going to be conducive for that particular area because I get wrong information from make I administer any kind of policy which will affect youth, old people, or children. If I go put 5 hospitals, for example, now a township in Magbere Junction will not get up to 1,000 people. How can that be effective? Because I might have on paper 10,000 people. But in physical, it's not even up to 1,000. And then I decide, say, because of the number of the people already sent in this particular region, then deserve to get 4 hospitals for people for cater for them. Then I go build 4 hospitals there. And then the hospital they even admit up to 10 people for the day. So it is a wasteful resources. Or I go to the other region where something at Magbere, I talk say, well, okay, inside my bay, the population where they are so low. So for that reason, I only give them 2 hospitals because of the 2 hospitals able for manage the capacity of the people in that particular area there. Because I get on paper, say now 500 people and nobody there. Then I go build 2 hospitals. Failing to realize that there are 2,000 people living in that community. But I only have on paper 500. So that means I don't fail the needs of that particular area because the statistics I get for them is wrong. So I will not see any serious or sober-minded government thinking of running a census that you don't have everybody involved and you use that document there for developmental purposes. Nobody will do or will study economic development will tell you, say, use that data, which is the reason why the World Bank abstained. Right. Because the World Bank know for sure, say, the document is not going to be legit, and there is no way we can support that document in terms of funding or support to this country because the data is already going to be shambled.
Yeah, there are no put to that at all. Especially, and if you find out what in the World Bank do, they not only withdraw them financial support, but they actually pull them technical support. The person where they advise, the technical people where they send to Statistics Sierra Leone, then withdraw them because they don't want to let their name attached to that report say World Bank participate or condone a government where they cook up data for the wrong reasons. Right. One Facebook person, one my friend on Facebook, do simple mathematics here so on the results on the census data. Watch these figures, T-Boy. The South, 1,830,000. Okay? The East, 1,937,000. When you add them two figures together, it gives you 3,767,000. Okay? Then when you go to the northeast of Sierra Leone, it gives you 1,316,000. Then when you go to the northwest, it gives you 1,183,000. And when you go western area, it gives you 1,268,000. The total gives you the same total of 3,767,000,000 people. Another is you, T-boy. You now.
That is practically impossible.
Right. So for let you get that accuracy day, 2 regions.
It's practically impossible.
3,767,000 exact.
I never seen that kind of.
The other 3 regions give you 3,767,000,000 exact. For let you reach to the total where they reach when 7,541,641,000 people in Sierra Leone. But you ask a question. For the past years, we only calculate the population of Sierra Leone figure for they go up to 8 million now, right? It's been 7.5 million for so many years. Then now it's still there 7.5 million because you still count it as 7.5 million because it not go over 500,000, right? It not go up to 600,000, so it's still there within. So 7.5 million still, which is sad. The other change where we see now, we're very unfortunate. Our figures in terms of demography, been done day, the female population, you talk about gender. The female gender is what? We don't calculate it's about 52% of the country's population, right? You watch Naya, then say the female population at Sierra Leone, the male population at 3,716,263. And then the female population at 3,825,378. Look that difference, they let tell me whether it's still the 52%. And we don't say, we know society, we are more women than man, than they not for question. Then, you know, majorly look at different things the way for let you able. And you look at migration pattern, internal migration pattern at the country. We always know that people decide for migrate to urban towns, bigger cities, and mostly the capital because of the pull factor, okay? The pull factor meaning saying that the opportunities then they a lot. People decide, say, let's just go wait na Freetown. The push factor opportunities not the na the regional side and the so let we go na the capital city and that we must better day. One day. So let's go engande. Don't say we don't talk about to say Freetown so crowded that people they sit down, they prefer for the pass with hawk with how you call it in plastic bag, 1 packet that mint, just normal. Not that I would grumble now, so not so.
Yeah,
correct. So how on earth you can't tell me say the population of the Eastern Province beaucoup pass the people in the Western rural and Western urban. And see boy, I still not able to understand what is happening, particularly in Kenema and the Eastern Province of Sierra Leone, where it's so attractive for let people move, come out in the Western area and other parts of the country for go populate the Eastern Province. What is there?
Then they go work like the presidency farm.
Or the president, but the presidency farm not to the east today either.
So, well, the one we get before, the cacao farm.
Now, side.
Na Boajibu. Not Boajibu, not like this.
They don't know side that farm did it. So you ask, there are lots of things that we they ask, just like I said, maybe they ask, where they give you know, Alexa, you drunk. I don't know if you say drunk, mall it safe, no go believe some of them things here. So
it's right.
Because you look at, we don't talk about services. Somebody make a comment. So how would you have more houses in Sierra Leone than the people the way they live in their houses?
Well, I say we need to find out the reason for the statistics. Because
we could simply tell you this, say, now for election purposes. And I'll tell you.
Even for election purposes, you cannot determine the population by election purposes.
No, because I will tell you the reason why.
I understand, Juma. I understand your reason, but even when you look at the election purposes, demographically, the percentage of people that will turn out for general election will determine the result of the election, right?
And I'm going to tell you the reason why.
Okay, go on.
And I'll give you, background to this, for calm. But let me go back. Somebody asked, say, how would you have more houses in the capital than the people that wait up na their house? And we know
one man is forced.
Exactly. And we know how we dwell in conditions then or we pattern. You understand? When a communal society, we are inside one room, you get maybe 4 or 5 people, for example. Then inside one compound, maybe you get 20 rooms, or let's say 10 rooms. So if one room get 4 people times 20 rooms or 10 rooms, how much is that? So a lot of questions then for ask these people. Then let's go back to the civil registration thing. If you want to go to you compare that civil registration, their own statistics or data where they come with, and you compare them to this, you get a lot of questions for us at the same time. Because around the same time and do that civil registration verification. Yeah. Because I didn't start first. Now that figure didn't be one for use. And people refused. We always done the same. Me they tell you, say, the population of Freetown, if it's not more than 2 million, it's almost 2 million. The population of Freetown alone, not to the urban area, the rural area, the urban part of Freetown. And that's the reality. All man they come in them. You get more people where come on at the east, waiting at this government. And we know that once people occupy positions, all them family that they come on, outside and they all can at home, they can end.
Yep.
They don't mind let them not get nothing, but as long as they eat or say then a minister also, this big man in host, because they only wait them for opportunity. Then they move go to the village them. They only come to their uncle them, their papa them family and their petitely family. All man they come for can enjoy the suit of that office day. So you have to tell me, say, they were them get their people and go apply.
Well, I don't know. Maybe they decide for government and constant upline and come back free zone.
Well, again, if we know, if we see people and they move that way. But then the reason I make I say this has to do with elections. The SLPP is claiming the eastern part of Sierra Leone as their stronghold. They're not doing this Nabo. You know why? Nabo or the South? Because the South no guarantee. Particularly Kenema and Kailahon, now the stronghold of the AP of the SLPP, wherein they know for say, yeah, Alexa will take white monkey who paint and green, then they vote for her. No matter what, Alexa then can cut with all hand and then cut one hand. Then they vote for SLPP still. That is Kenema and Kailahon. That's not ever change. And if you watch, now the figures then go up. They will not do that to Bo because Bo no guarantee. Like I they ask the question, say, mean say because you get this number of people now this place, they will vote. So they know Bo can shake at any time. Moyamba go shake at any time. You understand? Kono can shake at any time. Kono they part of the east, but Usa APC get the 1 seat. Now Kono and Moyamba. So now the east, Yanda, and the south. But then 2 other places, then they elected a green monkey you put, then they vote for them. So now that make them decide for put that number they up yonder.
Yeah, but let's say the numbers are high in those two particular regions. Still, then get the voting age, right? And still, what is the population growth in that particular area? If you look at going back maybe 5 years, picking away for old 18 years now way for votes, let's break the statistics down so that people are able to understand the rationale behind the increase of the population in that particular area. For example,
that the other part will get for go watch for look at the by demographic by age.
Demographic by age, yes, gender and everything.
Yeah. For go watch them. So I don't want to go drill down here that because I don't get the time for look at the whole thing. I just waiting as see so far, that cover page in terms of population. Now look at, but it will be interesting to look at those figures like you say. Almost people then they were 18 years. Upwards, whether eligible for vote, they're not in particular areas. But you ask salient question. How can you develop a nation if you cannot produce credible data? You only use the data for satisfy a short-term gain for you. Let's say you are re-elected and then you're not able to produce or services, you're not able to deliver services to the people in the Southeast. What happens to you?
Now, that make us say, look, we not fail for realize this same document, it is approved, it's going to be the document that is going to be used going forward if they approve them. So, I am saying, if governments change, are they going to stick with the same document? Then I want to. If government doesn't change, are they still going to stick with this same document? Because it means on every developmental section in Sierra Leone has to change in those particular areas where the population don't grow. But like you say, we need to go back and check the actual breakdown of the data itself in terms of demographic, gender, age, school going, university going, primary school going, hospitals, and everything we get for dealing with the economic state of that particular region. For example, Kenema. Kenema has been Kenema for the past 40 years. I lived in Kenema for
you don't live, they say, what is this attraction?
Let me tell you so. You remember when we talked last week where I make mention, say, if the road to Liberia has been redone or they don't make them now highway now way quick, you can access back and forth from Liberia and Kenema. Kenema should have been a different place. Correctly, because what I say so, my time in Kenema, the road was desperately in poor condition,
right?
But business was still flowing. People were going back and forth, Koindu or Waterside to the Liberia border, where they transact effectively well in terms of business.
And agriculture being boomed.
Exactly. Everything was booming then. This is not like a 40 years down the line I'm talking about right now. But that's not the time where nothing not been there in place for make them possible in terms of infrastructural development. During those booming days in Kenema, when I left Kenema, Kenema has been the same. Nothing. I'm going to make this very clear. And if anybody wants to challenge me, make it come and ask me question, because I have been to Kenema not once, not twice, almost regularly, all the time that I've been in Sierra Leone. The first time where I go back to Kenema, after leaving Kenema for more than 20 years, the same place how Damarodi been there. Now the same place Damarodi, the same place, the same way how he look. That the same way he look, nothing has changed. I was so disappointed with myself because I have been to almost all the regions then in Sierra Leone. But if Kenema has been so developed, the population growth in Kenema also increase.
Where people in the
What's
commode
that
side can't tap na kenema.
Thank you. What's in the attraction?
Exactly, that's the question. Where to attract people?
Do they have enough job creation there? We see a couple of weeks ago, we came in the strike, for things that they don't have.
Right.
What has made the population grown so much? We're even higher than Freetown. When the old man they left na the country for council for sell diamonds by packets. So we got to begin to look at the reality also, because this is not going to be something that we can just look over and then say, well, look, no, in a census, whether they win them, they will go and whatever.
It is serious because
it is very serious. I know.
Like how you say, somebody, the population at Kenema, even in 2004, be higher than, I say, it will be higher in 2004. The reason being, because you get the refugee population. Still there, now it's in Kenema, you get the camp there, one of the biggest displaced IDP camp and refugee camp, the Kenema area there. Even
that is will make Kenema population grow because the Kenema playing field they get was converted into a refugee camp where people still they live. So basically, the population of Kenema increased because of the war. All the other sovereign towns they will be around Kenema, where suffer the war. Now Kenema they all come, and Kenema hold possibly the highest refugee camp in the Eastern Province. Because Kono don't have one because already war.
But even the country said the country have been the largest refugee camp. The other one we go see compared to the one we been in our Talo.
Okay,
but the largest refugee camp was
everybody from the Eastern region. From Kenema. So if Kenema was overcrowded in 2004, I will understand why.
Exactly. Now that's a terrible possible. So you get to understand things, and I make they ask, waiting at the attraction now.
Well, the attraction now we go need to find out and see what's in the attraction, because as far as we're concerned, there is nothing in Kenema that will attract me to go. Even the one that we now the people that we come to Kenema say they leave Kenema, they all the billows in Africa.
Thank you very much. So now make us say even government.
What's in the thing that way they go attract people for Kenema? Okay, no, say Kenema is attractive to people.
So what?
Business wise or anyhow. But me, I talk, I say, let we remember, let we not just sit down and accept things because we feel to say it in we favor today. Because tomorrow, now the same thing they will get for begin deal with. Because when we begin all governments accountable of less opportunities to a community that is meant to be congested, now the embargo can tell you, say, but how will we be forced to Kenema where the population not reach this amount? So whether they not be farm up or they not be farm up, make them know say then therefore create infrastructural development that will suit that community. Then they just live on what's in there because now one government of they can not even they function properly. Because we see the disaster we happened a couple of weeks ago when we could lost one power icon then at the country. So basically,
so you can't tell me say you get more people na Port Loko than Bombali.
Well,
because according to this, their own equity color now, so now almost 200,000 difference between the people that will live now Bombali. Port Loko get almost 200,000 people more than Bombali. And if you want to say, because people travel, people in Port Loko, then beaucoup they migrate to Freetown than people from Bombali.
Port Loko doesn't even exist now. One of the
you have to tell me say you get more people.
I beg. Port Loko, when you go Port Loko on the main highway on a Saturday, you will still count the amount of people that walk around.
People that way you see exactly.
Then you tell me say that way you see that.
Yeah. So Port Loko, you have to tell me say Port Loko district get more people than Bombali district.
Now the one that we not go to sometimes they go to tell them because like we don't see, we don't experience it, we don't know exactly what it's like. We don't go to visit them. Even when we get the activities there will be happening and the mining freeze them. Now the north, Port Loko was still dry.
Exactly. Port Loko was still dry. You get more people na carrying na district than in Falabad in Koinadugu district.
I don't understand you, man. Anyway,
So you have to tell me, say you get more people in Moyamba district than you get na Koinadugu district, and almost the same, close to the same population Moyamba district to the population of Bombalis, which is about 40,000 difference.
Juma, my question to the census is simple.
See, boy, before you go further, before Femi come in, you have to tell me, say you get more people na Pujeon district than you get na Bombali district.
Yes.
So Pujeon district, you get 429,574 people, whereas in Bombali district, you get 387,236. So you get more people na Pujeon. I don't go na Pujeon.
No, you don't go Pujeon, because you don't go to the talent.
The guy they say potluck or so. After you don't come on at the Pujeon town center, you get for did work before you see one person first.
Thank you. That's the point I'm making.
Work before you see one person.
Thank you. That's the point. Because a populated area should be determined by the kind of infrastructure where they happen there. Then I want to. How many schools do we have currently in Pujeon?
Right.
How many schools do we have currently in Potloko? And how many school-going kids that are from Potloko that lives in Makini? When are they in the commerce for go school, then when they get holidays, sometimes some of them feel for go back to Potloko and go holiday in Potloko. And you talk about Pujeon. What has changed in Pujeon for make the population growth in Pujeon increase? Even bonds, look at bonds. What seems to go make bonds develop? If we go say bonds go develop, how much of the development the way the president don't care gonna bonds first for make bonds attract so many people and for go live in a bond? Because all these areas they don't mention, so they highly depend on donor funding.
And you get more people na bonds than Koinadugu district.
No, they say so. They highly depend on donor funding. So basically, almost all the institutions that where they exist now, in particular tongue they are so are donor institutions there, where they just plant a structure where they host maybe about 20 people max, and then they serve that community there, because now small communities then we get basically.
Sorry, I even mislead you. Moyamba, the population difference between Moyamba district and Aikol and Bombali, now about 22,000. Bonth gets the difference between Bonth and Bombali now about 52,000. So Bombali get 52,000 people more than Bonth.
Juma, let's move forward. Everyone coming. Not only move forward, everyone coming.
Western urban, when you look at the western area, you get with Bonth, western area gets 148, 316. That's about 50,000 people more than Bonth. Can you imagine that? Then Pujeon and western area, without the difference, it's not that much. Go get more people. Go get more people. Bo district get 390,622, whereas Freetown, western urban, then at the main Freetown will get 316,763 people.
Can you imagine?
Yes, over to you, Femi. And I'll be asking Femi if them encounter. Remember the last step? Them encounter they not tongue.
Yes,
they don't come to Femi.
No. Go on, Femi.
Stop smiling.
It's my fault.
Not a problem. Guys, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you loud and clear.
Loud and clear?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so quickly, I want just talk on a few things.
Increase your volume small.
Okay, sorry. Is that better?
Yeah, a lot better.
Okay, so Juma, You may do some addition in just now. We add up all the number there, so which you they get?
According to the thing where they look at, it give you 7,541,641. 7,541,641.
So you're saying that the total number of people that within counts don't reach 7 million.
The total population of Salone.
No. The one that within call C, they don't count.
No, these are the total. According to when they do the survey, waiting and do, because you know say not going for count all man. But when they do now this are the calculation and can we say the population of Sierra Leone is 7,541,000.
Yes, I get that, but forget that total number D. That means to see the total number of people that we didn't count.
Yeah, well, the people let them count and then do their own statistics projections, then give you this population of Sierra Leone.
So, Juma, quickly, so all the one that we did not count. Outside ND. Because if we population about 7.5, don't even say we population of 8 million. But if then count, say they don't come up with a number of 7 point something, then their argument say, but come on, no go register with the no count.
Yeah.
Where that number, the waiting at that number,
then they don't care about that number.
So technically, then they tell we say we population of reach 10 million or plus. Because we know say the Freetown alone, the number we didn't tell, but Freetown or Western area alone, na a fraction of waiting the reality they show.
Exactly.
Okay.
So, but they're not mindful report the flood data where World Bank run away and warn them before say you will not get it right because you're rushing everything. As a result, we know they put with money, we need to take with money, like how you go turn. Go get use blind for go get water, and in fact with the pool with technical people because now not get the technical capacity. The technical people will be attached to. Now we know what we name now on our reports that we either fund them or provide technical capacity. We are not going to be party to this.
So Juma, again in some time I'm not going to say in the I don't want to justify witnessing this. Yeah, but let's play devil's advocate. Yeah. You know, say waiting too long. People and they go now we go outside, they're not going for pay for something. Like right now, so you and Tibo so na this so if you now eat, person are going to supermarket or na go na corner shop for go buy. Possibly within the provinces, possibly just to go na yard, you go pick waiting it be no plant. So sometimes because still don't tranga na Freetown, some man they don't run away go upline, don't begin go realize say then for plants for feed themselves. I am just saying.
That is not true, and I will tell you why. Now yeah, we watched a video a couple of weeks ago where the president say in the plant they eat cucumber. Now cucumber be the charm, T-boy. The charm cucumber. They mock. He said they youth man they sit down. And me angry. So that means say the youth man they not even go upline for go plant, then still then have free tongue. Then prefer for me angry, but the president be they mock them at the time. So the devil's advocate. No, continue. I listen.
So Juma, the points are the try for make now, you know, in all seriousness. Yeah. When okay, so let's look at global politics now. Yes, so the problem with the happening in Ukraine, they instead of affect the world wheat market. Yeah, so there's less for us for it, especially country that we depend on wheat a lot. We get for import time. So because in Freetown we import a lot of stuff. I know they say now Salo would import, but in Freetown in particular, most of the people who have na Freetown, they buy. Then daily bread and go buy in a shop. But in the provinces, a lot of that gets grown. So that's not true reality. Yeah? A lot of people and they eat from them, farm them, rather than they go buy in a shop. Now, a lot of the area that are the provinces. So if me then have return, I get host na the provinces, and thing done wrong are not able to go buy it because inflation. Sometimes I go na me farm. I dey go harvest wetin I don't sow, and it's standing. So sometimes you then might explain little bit why sometimes the population go little bit in the provinces. I am just saying.
Because it's the other way around. In the remember, so we talked this some Tibo we discuss. We talk about migration pattern. People move away from the provinces because they get less opportunities. Because now even people the rest and get for Bayam from Big Town or Free Town for Krango now them village now applying. So people will rather move from them provinces and go na the capital city. Wait till the grumble where people can grumble. Say where you go apply, that they meet. Not so all people there.
Yeah.
All people them. Or so one small people.
They sit down at the veranda then.
And they sit down at the veranda them. And the same 5 old people where they meet at this village, sometimes if you walk 5 miles now they meet na road back. So the other way around, people and they come out now that make Freetown become so overpopulated. And there's another thing we'll not take into consideration. Ebola affected mainly where? Kenema, right? Kenema district.
Mm-hmm.
Most of the people are moved away from that particular, that district they do in Ebola after them not go back. They not go back.
So Juma, let's take it from another angle. Okay, let's say we know for sure that we have an estimated population of 7.5 million over the past 5 or 10 years, right? Correct?
Yeah.
Okay. So over the past 5 or 10 years, we have an estimated population of 7.5 million. Now, census is mostly conducted every 10 years or so.
Mm-hmm.
Mostly in most countries, because I remember we go through census now a couple of years ago, where I think that before this new government. But what I therefore say now is this: if I am going to do this because I really want to help and know exactly what to do for develop the country going forward, I am assuming I am going to win the next election. I am assuming that I'm going to win the next election. So I want to put things in place so that I will know exactly what's in the demographic population in Sierra Leone and how I'll be able to tackle some of the issues they already face. Because one on can say, youth man not get job, youth man angry, youth man no one for do nothing.
See, boy, only if your objective of winning the elections is to serve the people.
Now that's what I say.
Right.
If that's the objective, because you have to say, okay, I need to know the statistics in terms of everything related to the population of Sierra Leone, so I will know how I tackle the issues. Because what you make I say so, you have a huge amount of people who refuse to be counted. Are they not Sierra Leoneans? Then one. And two, is the population of census going to affect the population of the people that turn out to vote? It doesn't necessarily mean if you are not registered for the census, you don't have the right to vote as a Sierra Leonean?
No, you still vote.
Okay, I just asked.
But you don't vote. What they're trying to do, I don't tell you, is to cook up the figures, increase the numbers in their.
Juba, let's say the numbers are going to be cooked up. Now I am saying we have 7-point-something million still as the population. Now I will say roughly there is 1 million people that are missing.
Right.
Roughly about 1 million people or more missing on this actual census. Yeah. Let me say, for God's sake, these 1 million people are meant to be APC. for God's sake, let us just assume, say, then million people have to go missing, so we not register. We decide not for register because they fit to say the process was wrong and they don't want to be part of these people's census. Let us say, now APC answer them.
Mm-hmm.
Now you're going to have 1 million more votes on the existing population, right?
Yeah.
And that 1 million more votes on the existing population, the population now at 7 point something will not be a predominantly majority SLPP votes if we take election into consideration, right?
Right.
So what will still the figures be after election? Are they going to say, well, okay, the 1 million people away, will they assume, for example, now saying an APC then, they can add to this other extra voting population, we're not going to reach. What is our voting population in Sierra Leone? Is it up to 2 million or 3?
Yeah, about over 2 million. I think usually it's about
2 point something.
About 50 to 60% of the population, really. 19 votes. The voter turnout can be about that. Yeah.
No, the voter turnout is not about the population. I'm talking about the voting population.
Population, the voter turnout. You know, we don't know what's in the voting population. So
because the voting population for me from 18 upwards, right? So what is the demographic for the 18 years and upwards? Do we have any?
I don't have that data here.
Okay, so we need to find that data because we need to know.
So what I look at now, waiting at the last elections, possibly we can see the voter population about 60% of the vote, the population of Sierra Leone. So 60% of that. So we're checking about 3 million people will qualify for vote.
Okay, so that 3 million people will qualify for votes will not be predominantly SLPP.
Right, or even
not predominantly APC.
Correct.
Yeah. There are other political parties involved. They might not play any kind of significant role, but there are other parties also involved. So everybody has a chunk of that 3 million voting population.
See, before you go under, I want to go back to some absurd thing here. I'm looking at the 2004 census. And if you look at the 2004 census, the population of Western area, urban, reduced by about 100 and something thousand. So you begin more people in the Western area in 2004, according to this census, than you have now. So according to the 2004 census, the population of Freetown was 772,873 people, okay? Then if you look now, the population for Western Urban is 606,701. So over 100 and something thousand people don't disappear from 2004 to date. So 2004, you been getting more people in Freetown than you have now.
Okay, the census tell me how many people are not die, how many people are not born, how many people are.
I don't go yonder all yet. I don't watch all that.
I think we need to have a special show on this particular census. The census.
Yeah, we will. We will. And I wish we will get Hon Abdul Kargbo, because the other implication, then they try for change the elections process. They want to use the proportional representation process rather than you vote, you party, you understand, the post and vote for a win. So now by party, now you will determine how much seats you get in a particular area. So you vote for the party symbol rather than the individuals, then kind of. Yeah, so then you get for look, say, okay, this area, you get more people than I. So then we'll get more seats in parliament. So you don't see how the census thing, they come in. So you get more people in Kailaon. So you get more members of parliament where they come out Kailaon for representing parliament.
Juma, like I say to you, if it is in the interest of, because I remember last census where the Excl government's been gets, now in form Karina district, not so?
Correct.
And in Falaba district. And when we visit Falaba township, then you go understand possibly why they need this whole town for be called a district, because it means they will have everything where they go need in
where Kabbalah go get
be geared towards them as a separate entity.
Correct.
Because Kabbalah been a cut from their own and give Falaba will not be enough for even Kabbalah. Because Kabbalah Smolo is a very big area as well.
But we don't tell we see how from get to Falaba, how it far from Kabbalah to Falaba.
So Falaba is over a couple of hours because Falaba is not the one that is very close to the Guinea border.
I think so. I know that you talk about Kamakwe and that. You know, Kwenadugu get the way gets Kubola 90.
Kubola, okay. So these are very vast area, and the infrastructure for this area Kabbalah not be able to satisfy them all. But okay, let me say it's for political gain. Let's say it is for political gain. But how is it going to benefit the people, even if it's for political gain? Because if the people are not going to be part of the benefits, only the political party they gain, then it makes no sense to them. As far as I'm concerned, don't make me a separate entity just for your own purpose, and your own purpose is not going to be served. Because, for example, if we get a new region, a new representation, it means everything is going to be in our favor. We will not going to share with other districts them anymore because we don't form a new district. But I would like to see which kind of separation they will make in terms of those districts.
So it's just the same thing I've been saying, and influence highlights. Say the main reason for floating the figures are to increase more constituencies for the East and South, and the advantage is to increase the number of seats for both local elections and MP. So now that make the one for come with the proportional system as well. So that they justify saying people in Bokuyanda, so we'll get more seats in the parliament because we'll get more constituencies now. So that's what they do it. So except possibly waiting and do where then go now the East, then constantly go to ship them before them all.
Hey, why something they will
because I don't know whether Kenema get or Eastern Province get Boku dog them. So I say something like that. I don't know. I'm not saying anything. I just say I don't know if they.
I'll disagree with you on that.
I'm not saying. What did I say?
I will disagree with you on that. Kenema and so local begin a big fish. I not mix. What the problem? No matter how much we so degeneratedly infrastructurally developed, but still. You know, can this meet also. But anyway.
I don't know if we not get.
But no, this meet also, man. I know they take that, they take that.
Now, we constantly go and ship them for let the population reach.
Then say, when mother is away. So basically, that might happen, but I'm not sure. But now, we look at Freetown.
Yeah.
Yeah. If the population of Bo is more than Freetown, then are the so Usai, what if family will get for do now?
They're not confirmed, so not get for vote.
Because you might as well just turn Bo once in the city.
No. People don't say na Kenema because Kenema get more people than possibly Bo.
But me na Kenema go.
Because Kenema gets 8,000 more people than Bo actually. They say Kenema got 309. No, sorry, let me go check here. Kenema gets 772,472, whereas Bo gets 756,000. So you see, they get almost 20-something thousand more people than. So this is my. What is the attraction? What is the
Juma, wait, self. All the people that way they Bo.
Yeah.
Now, Kenema, they didn't compare them go to Bo.
Thank you very much.
It's even dry. Kenema, both on the even dry Kenema self was. We're not even reach Freetown because Kenema.
The way all the people they go back, now they come up Pujeon.
Thank you. Then city where now Bo town, now they all the amusements day for that particular region day. Pujeon, possibly even Kailong. Pujeon, Kailong, Kenema, now Bo na den city.
Yeah.
Now Bo na den city. Now Bo then they come when they say, oh, we'll go weekend. Now Bo then go weekend. Oh, we can enjoy. Even the only thing where they attract Kenema in terms of education those days was possibly the Technical Institute and maybe K School.
Mm-hmm.
Or maybe their secondary school, HRSS. The only thing I can be proud of those days were the Capitol and possibly the few amusement center that we will not mean that much compared to what in Bolton biggest. Because Bolton, now I'm in the city for Kenema. This now, beyond this demo, and possibly up to now, people they still come up Kenema, they go enjoy Bolton.
See, when a helicopter and I go Kenema, I feel so. Oh. Few months ago, the one old Kenema come out for can cook for the helicopter. They can cook, then dance, all kinds. The one old Kenema come for can watch the helicopter.
Kenema wasn't that bad because Kenema had been the host town for agriculture within that region.
Yeah, I know that.
Kenema had been the host the cacao show. The population they grow at that particular point in time, then everybody go back to their villages. So basically, since all then kind of activities and they die out now, Kenema has been sinking. Kenema don't sink for the past 20 years. We all know that for sure. The population growth in Kenema has declined massively.
But according to these statistics, trust me, the Eastern Province is the most populated, the Eastern region is the most populated region in Sierra Leone. Then almost the clock to 2 million people, whereas Western area combined, that's the rural and the urban, the total population are 1,268,000.
There is no way that can be possible.
Because even the rural part of Freetown is populated now.
Yes,
look at Tombo first, you look at Waterloo and Tombo alone. If you just want to keep those two places.
No go Waterloo, Tombo. When you reach Tombo, you ask if you still there within Freetown.
Exactly. No,
when you reach Waterloo is even over congested right now. Waterloo is even actively mobile than even Kenema, main Hanga Road.
Right. So look Waterloo, look Tombo, look at Godrich.
Even Lumley is even more active.
Lumley, you go say Lumley now Western urban, and they talk about the rural areas them now. From Godrich all my rural. When you look at Godrich population first, just go 7 battalion first no more.
When you reach the area and they ask say, even active person say, Usai, Hanga Road not active stuff anymore. I got Hanga Road na Kenema. I they still count people there. These are 10 people. Are they working?
Okay, we force them to okay. We force them. If you go to okay, you the wife, not to the tourist area and at the main town, you hardly see people. Go Ogu Farm, for example. Those places, I used to go there every weekend, not to every weekend for work and other things.
Juma, I don't think we're still going to have Honorable, right? Because it's gone past.
Yeah. So we'll come round up. But we'll get another show on the census, particularly, obviously, we know for say, Hon Abdul Kargbo, possibly because of the light business or network, enable for join me. But I appreciate all the comments and questions, and we will try to get Amiaso back as soon as possible. I think he did justice for us today, for come explain, particularly for the people who are members of the APC party or we get interest in the APC, the intra-party politics and the dynamics the way they happen. Loaded information. And one thing I noticed about Hon Abdul Kargbo, I don't think it's a mistake. He was elected within the 21 man for occupy that position. He seems calm. He come across as genuine, right? He come across as somebody who get good interest, and we want for forge alliances for the greater good. So what would you say about a young man like that?
I think he's I want for say that to him. He looks even more calmer than he was here before. The last time I remember, he looks even much more composed than he was the last time he was on the platform. It looks like somebody who is steady-headed, focused, thinking about how to administer everything that is in front of him. But as a young and fine gentleman in a position, I think everybody else within politics, not just your political party per se, but everybody else within politics, I don't know him personally, but for the outwardness of what he portrays to the public and what he administer in his local community, with the evidence of the fact of what he has done and how he works within his community, I think is somebody that you should follow the footsteps of. Because at the end of the day, a true politician is the person that accepts the reality of what politics is. Politics is not a friendly game. He knows that. It is a do or die game, but that should not be the end of the road, because we've seen politics being played in this part of the world by politicians who might think, or who you might think hates themselves so much when they are in the well of their parliament, but they do have coffee next door to each other when they bump into the cafe, because they go into the same cafe regardless of your political position or your political affiliation. And when you get to that cafe, they all sit on the same table and continue their discussion in a friendly manner. But politics is about scoring points and making sure that your manifesto is being overheard than the others. It's about telling me who is your subject or people where they rely on to make I believe in what you they can do than the person where they are the position where you self want for vouch for. So basically, as a young gentleman, if it continues the way it continues so, now people like this will possibly for the look and make good example of in politics. They cannot change it, but if we continue for do what they do so, I think that the politician then this way will possibly begin reason for saying, Unabri and Kalu can talk to him because he will tell you what it is. There might be challenges in some of the execution of his duties, but I think he's managing it well.
And like you say, he's not a perfect person, but he's growing, and he's grown a lot within the last few years, because we hosted him possibly a year ago, and see where he is now. And you rightly say that we for learn lesson from the likes of Hon Abdul Kargbo, meaning that whatever you're doing, do it right. Do it in the best interests of, the general population. Do what you're supposed to do, whether they look you or not. So years before now, if somebody been called and say, you go come at a difficult time like this, then go pick you among the bunch, say, come, be head of the secretariat. It goes, instead not go believe in it, right?
Exactly.
Because he's not a household name, he's not a power player, not to money he gets, not to anything. But people see how he conducts himself, how he carry himself.
Consistency.
Consistency is being consistent. Yeah. People say, you know what? We can entrust this responsibility on you, and we go to the end or guide you. We believe you that much. That's one thing. For let them appoint you, elect you, and give you responsibility like that. Nobody come out any side from both parts of the aisle for criticize or say anything. In Sierra Leone, it means a lot. Yeah. Because Sierra Leone politics, there is one thing. They might not have anything to give you or to support you to grow, but then get all kinds of shade and dirty where they go fend for you. They go even sew the clothes for you.
Yeah.
When you wear the dirty clothes. But with him, we're not gonna like say we praise him, but at least we have to acknowledge.
Yeah.
So far, Usai Donde, and just pray for wisdom, and make God deviate from what they do so far. And I was sitting there admiring him. I will have to wait after the show, close to the end, for ask him that, do you drink from a different container than the one you drank from before, where you can hire? Because you look a lot relaxed, like the way they talk self, the way they carry himself, like a chief now. The chief
somebody even asked now the YouTube chat, see whether he's looking forward to be a minister in the next government.
But you never know, you know.
But again,
he go listen you.
It's not impossible.
Yeah, then the chief can talk something, you know. But he's earned the trust of the people of the, you know, the APC membership and the people of Sierra Leone so far. And even people will possibly see him for the first time, they ask, who is this guy?
Yeah.
In our MP for whose constituency? Oh, you sound so this, you sound different. So
and then they were asking questions on the chat as well.
Exactly. And it shows that you don't have to be crooked, you don't have to be rude, you don't have to be snobbish, you don't have to be arrogant to be a good politician.
No.
I advise my sister today, you know, I'm not going to name his name. I advise him if they try for bash other people and project himself, I tell him, say, if only you respect people who you disagree with, you will get a peace of mind. You don't have to force people to like you or to acknowledge or recognize you. You might be brilliant, you might be smart, but if you don't get people skills for work with people, you understand? For able for disagree and agree, then you have a problem. You have to work within a team. Now, would they argue? Would they argue both ways? Boss reinforce, we go watch the phone or whatever meeting with the platform will do. But then we come back and see, because APC Media is bigger than T-Boy, myself, and Femi.
No, but you see, people have to understand one thing. When you are in a position of trust, it means a lot. You should not take it for granted, and you should not compromise that position of trust, because the sooner you compromise them, everything that is going to change you as a person, it's a problem. We all make mistakes. We're all human beings, but look, we mistake not be part of with estimates. So we have to be very mindful of how we administer some of the positions and we then give, and how we deal with the people and we around we, and how we deal with the surroundings. And to become a very humble politician is hard to find one, because most times they are only humble when they need your vote, and after that it goes back into their crookedness of who they actually are. So now something where for be consistent in you, for like them get that trust in you, for saying, okay, come on board, can join we are, can represent we, can talk for we, can be with mouthpiece and make you for push we agenda, because we believe you get a mindset for push we agenda. But one thing we say to me, where I feel say is key to every politician, now for bring your opposition closer and you convince them with what you have that can be better than them. If they come on board, you can share ideas and work in the interest of the people, which is paramount. But there are times when people don't go into politics to work in the interest of the people rather than their own interests. So they don't want to collaborate. They don't want to have any form of dialogue with the opposition in terms of political party politics or cross political party politics. Because at the end of the day, if me and you two have the same agenda, we can work together. If me and you two have the same ideology, we can work together. If me and you two have the same motive as the end goal of our intentions, we can still work together. We might not have the same ideology or the same motive, but we can share ideas for the interest of the people that we want to serve. Come with your idea, I come with your idea. Let me campaign based on the ideology of what we have. If the people believe that I can deliver better than you, we can still work together after the election, because you might still have things that will be viable, that will be meaningful, that will add more value to my own issue that I have in place, and we can all make it work. That is what politics should be in civilian. I don't see any malice or any fights or any kind of degrading situation where we defend themselves. The days of our parents in politics was discussed behind closed doors in front of people, and everywhere they go, they laugh, they drink, they talk, they eat, they discuss things. And when they go into different political parties, they now separate their ideas and they still come together again and talk.
See, but how many uncle or auntie the way you get, we know to blood relations? You call them uncles and aunties because possibly, you know, them with you, Papa may so rest in peace,
bank heads, now politics, they meet up there, but they all belong to different political parties. You'll be invited to your home to come and have a meal, drink, somebody go pass by and can't tell Adu, right? Say, Mr. Duba, Honorable Duba, how you do everybody? Say to and say, oh, look, una uncle Lonka, una tell una uncle Adu. You don't know how una relate, right?
Exactly.
That's what it's supposed to be. If it's for the same interest, we have different ways, different channels to achieve that.
Even within me own family, we get like 4 different political parties that we everybody went to.
Yeah, I know that. Yeah.
Can you imagine that? But guess what? No effects. They make balaba. No cost research. Me like you say, oh, you belong to all the party because you get no way you can trust that you support. Because I have my own independent opinion and views.
Yeah.
I don't want to toe the line because my papa there, my brother there, my sister there, so for it. No. So sometimes even when they get arguments about things, I challenge them. I challenge their membership, I challenge their positions, and I challenge everything that they do. I am not doing it because I hate them per se, but I want them to succeed. So if I cannot challenge you as the person who is closer to you and ask you what are you going to deliver in that position that has been given to you, who else?
Yeah, sadly, this government, what we see with them now that then they even take their own family members or help for let them take their family members, trump up charges against a family member we decide for oppose, not even belonging to another political party, but just somebody who warn them, say, hey, now for take Temo, this thing will not do enough fine. Yeah, okay. Now when they see lights, now I make law put you behind dark domot. They'll cook up charges against you, or let you go test CID Pademba Road, or left for give you contract, or pull business that you side and just for suppress you. This government, they're doing it to their own, let alone the people that will not vote for them. So it is sad when we don't want that kind of salon day. We need to change that. Anyway, let's round up. But before you go, T-Boy, somebody write something now. What's he say? He said the population moved to Kenema because of the cacao show during the counting nights of the census nights.
Cacao should not stop one for like Kenema. I don't pass 20 years.
No, he said, well, they be organized one, so now me call man be move go apply. So, okay. Now I'm beginning to. You remember during that census term day, there was a lot of movement of political big guns visiting that side of the country or doing activities in Kenema. Who said they opened the clock tower? Now around who said?
I think I got that same time. This was 2 years ago.
Okay, so you don't begin to see things. Usem will be see the chief minister and in group then be the dance with the clap for that. I think it was around that same time. So if I don't get it wrong. So we'll go back and go begin check activities then and see if it was around that census period day.
Juma, Alexis then carry the entire Freetown population go Kenema, not so Kenema, those people reside.
Right, yeah.
Census is about people who reside in a community, not people who go to visit. Then they ask you, now you can visit. Or these are the questions being asked by people who conduct the census, right? They just can't take because you are just in the country. No, people that reside in that particular area, they in the household. Mm-hmm. If they're going to ask you, say, Tiba, how many people are in your house? It's just me. So if 5 people that can't visit means those 5 people doesn't live here. If I get 3 guests from America, 2 from Canada, they can't find me. We were 5 in our house. Census the continent. Because census they ask me, say, how many people live in your household?
So visitor they get.
They don't even ask you for visitor. The head of the house and they ask you how many people live in this house. So the amount of people that live in this house is what they are going to count, not so the amount of people that visited the house or that are there for a short stay. No, they don't live there.
Right.
It is not their permanent address. So we're going to begin to look at all the areas in the house and see what's in the essence. But to me, if the census now for any good or bad reason, as long as they execute the needs of the census, as long as they understand, say this document, if they approve them, then it will be the same document we then get for use going forward. It means if this document they say there are 100 or 2 million people live in Kenema, they get for make sure say the capacity of Kenema reach the needs of the capacity of those particular people in terms of their development for schools, hospitals, roads infrastructure. Can you imagine it's in one game bank in Pujong? So imagine
one game bank for how many 100,000 people?
Thank you. So if one game bank in Pujong, the whole district, so how many people are how many people in the bank is? I become young village in one game bank in it, and I send a community local bank. The population is so small, how many people can actually save in that particular bank? Now, because they realize say there is so much transaction happening now within that sub-region, so they create a banking system there where they open also even every day, safe. Maybe 2 or 3 times a week. Then the bank they open, and also even full hours. Because the bank open for the whole day, maybe now one person worker go inside.
Bank na luxury. Not here I'll talk with the medical doctor, we be we them post na Pujong, before be the advocate on issue. Wait to tell you how many nurses then did they, how many doctors they did it.
Exactly.
You know, they don't get one or two doctors now then get what you call a main Pujong main hospital. They get about 5 or 6 nurses then they.
And can you imagine this are the whole government hospital where they serve how many people?
Yeah, over 100,000
like that.
Yeah. So now the main referral hospital that's
not so even there one of the villages in Apuja way or not the Apuja itself way a cleaner administer drugs to a child will die.
Oh no, that na be Moyamba between Moyamba and Bo.
Okay, because there was
I don't go Pujong. I know it's like that.
No, I understand. So we go for beginning at all the reality there. So because to me, census is about development. Now,
and it's how we go lodge na Pujong. It's not the town. I was like, Naya na the town center na the main Pujong. A shop.
Bonds, the Luma na bonds. Not to Luma self, the shopping, the market space na bonds. If you don't go there before 2 o'clock, it will close. Matujong. And I remember 40 years back where we lived in bonds, Matujong was the center. Wherein, if they said today, we will go Matujong on Saturday, they live from paper to pay. But nothing like that. I remember I go back to John maybe about 4 years ago, 5 years ago. When we don't finish the recording what we do before 2 o'clock, go to the town center, it don't empty. I'm like, hey, man. They say, the Luma don't done. Luma don't done before 2 o'clock. And this is not the markets day. Imagine this is not the markets day where they call Luma. The markets day where all man they count in products, goods and services for can sell that particular moment. It ends at 2. This is not Matujong bonds. Before election, we went to bonds districts outside the president in O's day. We walk out from the jetty where they put we down, we drive about an hour or so. When we reach now the town center, we walk out from outside the motorcar stop, go na the president in O's, we not come across it 4 people. The Luma itself, where they happen at the jetty, where all the activities that take place. By the time we done, they come back at the jetty, it don't empty. So we want to really see what has changed within the past 4 years, I would say 3 years, because now 2 years to the election, making 3 after the election, I didn't do the census. We make that population, they don't grow so much that it don't attract so many people. Them. We don't decide to go live in that particular township there. Because it is very much interesting.
Well, this is embarrassing because, you know, I don't know, these people, I don't know, it's painful. Because when you they lie, and the people that way they go lie to, they look you and laugh you, it is sad. Or them feel say the international community where possibly they intend for hoodwink, no know any better. Now then they send on our technical people and then pull out and tell on us say,
these figures you get for be flawed, now una not get forget accurate data now, so una not do them in the first place.
Yeah, because they're going to stop development because it's not a...
Right, so you decide, say they go on with this kind of crap, and then you go and carry down, and that same thing they get for go with student people here for go pitch on behalf of the people.
Because one time they look at population growth for development, right?
Yeah.
Because if the population grows, if the population of that particular area they grow, that means there are needs for that population to be... So there are reasons for that population to be developed at some point because the needs of the population don't change.
Mm-hmm.
So how can how can the World Bank actually support us if the data that we are using for developmental growth is wrong and they don't support it and they withdraw their technical team not to be part of it?
So what this government likes and a lot of politicians are the chaos where confusion they benefit. So that becomes the distraction whilst in the focus. So we're talking about census. The president has been out of the country for over a week now. He's been out of the country.
I know he's in Kenya. And again,
well, Kenya now is stop. Now make they not to be in primary destination, but you go Kenya. You understand? It is Kenya. So he then now the president in country. The president busy the work for him people. Incident day. They in country, so now go the fed for census.
Juma, the good thing about him going to Kenya, it's a shame. When I say it is a shame, it is a shame because the picture that I saw online depicts the Kenyan culture.
Well, you don't go there before. If you don't go there before, so if you're not in Ghana at that time, you don't go there then take them on a safari tour.
Juma, I think we are so behind as a nation.
So you think we got land with?
We didn't be as a nation. No, I think we have a long way to go. More than a long way to go. Because when I looked at the president's visits to Kenya, Kenya is one of the most richest, is counted among the 10 richest countries in Africa. Kenya. Don't take Kenya for granted. And they have suffered the most in terms of international attraction for their tourism when have been a prime source of income. But that has dropped. They even mention, I think we have a long way to go for them anymore.
Now the people that they talk about other things, that
has changed.
Technology, then they make them base.
Not think so. Tourism is not even the part of their GDP. It's not even included. And they are among the 10 most richest countries in Africa. What do we learn from them as a nation? And even though their structure, their infrastructure, their interior design is so cultural.
Left for achieve. Then a lot try close to
they ask me, some of these things are reality that we should be talking about so people understand the value of where we are coming from and where we're heading to. People should look at the differences in how we look at Sierra Leone as a nation and how other people look at Sierra Leone. Ghana, where the president be they compare with to say now the most difficult country that we don't face XYZ over the past couple of years because of COVID. You want to know what's in the voting at Ghana, the GDP at the end of the year. You want to know when the president say everything has increased in Ghana. Like other nation, you want to know how much Ghana don't develop with all the increments that we don't apply to their citizens. You compare to Salon, we forget seeing the way for go high that much, and we still say with population they grow. We don't have a population because population are even meaningful to the country. So I don't know why would they make noise about the census, because it's not going to be utilized in any way, shape, or form that is going to benefit Sierra Leone. It is not going to be used as a data for even recognize the concerns that needs to be addressed. No, it is not a fix. It's not an accurate document for even look at what needs to be done. for basically amend certain things they won't know for say now priority for civilians. We'll not get able for fix them because we deal with the wrong information or an incomplete information, or the others that are not involved are not necessarily counted. They don't exist in civilian. They are ghosts. So how can we run an institution if you don't know the amount of people who worked in that institution? That is literally what we are facing. How can we develop a sector in civilian if we don't know the amount of people that works in that sector? If we don't know, how can we increase the capacity of anything that we have as a nation?
You they go far. Now they debate in parliament. One of the MPs they talk to the APC, SLPP say, "Una don't lie, una promise things they una not deliver." You know, now your manifesto. The leader of government business, now you are member state. The leader of government business begin argue the person. Who say right? Show me the paragraph. Whose page? He say no, they lie with God. Where we go watch? He take the paper, pull it on, go to the Speaker of Parliament. For go talk, say, see, then the lie and fabricate. Where you go watch, you see it, say, oh. So just like I can say, they own paper, they write. They know the leader. Then tell us that the president say they build flyover and a free turn from eastern to western. If they build flyover road from Freetown to Lunge, the person saying a lie. You know, they are the manifesto, let them left for lie. Where they watch it,
No, but again, flyover. The geographical location of Freetown, is it conducive for flyover?
The president say it a bill up. That's the policy say. But then the leader of government business denies say not inside the manifesto. But we go read where they refer to the page everything color. He was shocked. So that means that even with the census figures, if they go ask them na Kenya Magist, almost people in the NASA, they will say I will not be in count, you know, na count back. You know, na your data come.
True, honestly. Because again, if you go na Kenya right now, you see, there are times when I make a question salon journalism, I question salon reporting, I question everything when it comes to proving matters in civilian. Because this is simple. Okay, this is also. Let's go and test this particular data and look to see if it actually match the data way they actually exist in this community. Look, we just take one sector of this particular census. Let's break it down. Look, we say we take the eastern part of Kenema, or look, we take the parts of Kenema we cut across from Capital Cinema to ITI. Let's look at the population and go to that particular area, and look at the area that we densely populated in Kenema, and then we just focus there and see what's in the reality of that particular dense populated area in Kenema. How can we actually look at this data and actually endorse them if we haven't gone there and fact find about the data itself? Okay, this is not the data for this particular area in Kenema. So if this data are correct, look at the amenities of this particular area in Kenema and how it can sustain the population of that particular area. How many health centers they get? How many running water pump they get within the community, where they serve the community? How many roads infrastructure they get, where they reach out to all the areas within this community? How many schools in this community, primary and secondary school? How many picking in this school where they go, where this area where they go to school, where we need for? Because all the NTS on they lead to the fake information about free education we're not able for even at the rest we continue. We don't even know the population of the students they within a salon. Because I remember when the Minister of Local or Lower Education say then gets data for all the beginning where they go to school and salon, and then at the Minister of Education websites. And when you click on that particular website, and then they tell you of no school and the amount of pupils they were in that particular school, they male or female, if not even boys or girls school, what's in the age range of the beginning where they go to that school day, or what's in the beginning where they go to that particular school day, the actual figures. We're not even touch one particular area itself first. We're not even able to count the beginning where they go to school now free tongue. Not okay, Freetown big. We're not even able to count the amount of schools they were there na Eastern. We talk about census for civilian. Are we joking?
T-boy. Come on, watch it. Now COVID vehicle and COVID. Now they're not able to agree on. This is the minister and not cover. They're not able to agree on COVID vehicle. How much vehicle where them buy, whether a new one, whether a second hand, whether a brand new second hand, whether a brand new fake second hand vehicle. They're not even able to agree on the type of vehicle where they buy. This is vehicle. Then they say no na Prado, then they say no na SUV, then they say na Jeep, then they say na waiting, then get na Land Cruiser. Vehicle name, then they will agree. Minister, then they defect, then they contradict, then they say no na 26, then they say no na 21, then they say na Hilux now buy. No, we na Prado buy. No, we na SUV now buy. Then they will agree on vehicle. They're not even able to know the number of people where they work na you building. If you ask them right now, the 9th floor all na you building, how many people where they work there? Almost man, almost woman. Almost people where they work na each floor. Almost people where they na the east wing and the west wing of you building. They will not be able to tell you. They will not be able to tell you how many vehicles able for park na you building. They will not be able to tell you that. They either go begin to let them tell you almost school, almost boy picking, almost girl picking.
No, because now the basis of the free education and the way the minister come with. Because the minister come with the mandate say we can identify the issues surrounding education. So basically the first priority is to find out about how many picking they will get to go to school. We for put together the database of school-going kids in Sierra Leone. This is not just school-going kids in Sierra Leone. And that's now one element of the statistics, right? One element.
Right now, if you ask them, let them tell you most people really work in a state house, they don't sabi.
I totally agree with you.
State house, who's the president? They're able to account for all my way they work. They will not be able to give you a number.
I agree with you. I totally agree with you.
And they bite me half what I will left.
No, you don't think I agree with you because either they have a bloated figure and they don't want us to know that figure, or they have an underestimated figure and it's not a reality. So there is no tangible information that they will be proud to say this is not the exact figure of how many people work in State House. The president don't even know how many people in convoy.
No, that's just what I said. The one way they travel with them on a plane. He doesn't even go overseas. They're not able to tell you almost people the way they travel with them.
Listen to this, sir. Listen to this. This is totally out of context, but in relation to the context of what we talk about. The delegation of the people who go put modalities in place for the Leone Star go play like Guinea. Now 52.
Mm-hmm.
52.
Yeah, for go put modalities in place.
52. Mm-hmm. Can you imagine? 52 people are traveling to Guinea for put together modalities in place for Leone Star for go play one game match. Conakry, Guinea, where they happen next week. Mm-hmm. Okay. So then 52 people in there, what are the kids are for them? What's in their roles and responsibility? So we put together a data, again, collection of people that we think are going to execute what duties nobody knows. So all these statistics what we talk about, we underplay them or we underestimate the reality of the statistics because we think say it is just going to affect one sector in Sierra Leone, but no, it affects the entire nation. Because even we, when they send money or when they do any kind of thing as salon, if we not get the right source of how many people they will support in we capacity, we just send money for nothing.
So you see, T-Boy, when you say this, you see, these people are evil. I'm sorry. You know why? Because Freetown, okay? Freetown was planned for 300,000 people. Okay? Now that will be the projection. So if you tell me, say right now 300 and something thousand people, then a Freetown,
but you cannot provide water supply for 300,000 people. Where Guma Dam was planned for 300,000 people, but Guma Dam not able to serve the water needs of the 360,000 people we say in a pre-term. You're able to provide electricity for 300,000 people, but then they tell we say you don't provide electricity for all sign of pre-term. That means say Kenema forgets more than enough electricity where the, I call it in a Bo Kenema Dam, the hydro Dodo Dam.
Kenema Hydro, yeah, Dodo.
Kenema Hydro for not able to provide electricity for the whole of Kenema. They will get enough who will send a Freetown. So Freetown no for staff right now. If the population of Bombali and Salone not reach the population of Kenema, then you want to tell me say Bombali not they get lights. You know, they not they get lights at all for 1 month. Just like how the MP say for Lunge say 1 month they not get lights. If Bombali not able to get light, they not get better population. Why they not forget lights? So if we're able to answer that question and they, but you can't. If people they come out hospital, not able for cater for almost people will be wounded. Now the fire accident.
You know, you reach 200.
Right. So all of those little things, but important, they reduce this population. You think you're doing yourself a favor and inflate the population on the other side. Hey. How they can say Lonta Karabai.
We can't stop saying Lonta Karabai. I think one thing we need to do as a nation now for begin hold people that are responsible now, even the statistics, who is heading the statistics, therefore can explain certain things to the population of Sierra Leone, make them understand why they go ahead with the census and what's in the mandates of going ahead with the census, and possibly tell us the benefit of the census.
Somebody just don't trigger with you, boy. You forget, say, the director, the one at the director for IT and data management at Dominion here.
Well, that's don't just apply to the results what we get.
Exactly. So it was just installed there, given a title. Other people they cook up the figures in the name because you don't know what it's really.
But the most amazing thing, now only Sierra Leone, I don't ever seen at the world where they get exact figure of two different regions.
Regions, exactly, match. A match. Yes, exact figures.
You know what made this thing surprise me? Listen to this, Juma. Couple of years ago, anyway, Salon powerful.
And they bring the foot of state in continuity, but
couple of years ago, there was some kind of ticket rigging now the SLFA. I will say this. I talk and I'm going to make on my ear because I don't want to disclose this. But now the figures then we come out soon. We match. Now I want to make comparison to. The SLFA produced about, say for example, 50,000 tickets. Stadium capacity is about 52,000, right?
No, it's 30,000. Really.
Okay, 30,000 capacity. And the SLFA produced about equal amounts of tickets, about 20,000 tickets or so. And then distributed to the SLFA for selling purposes. The SLFA sold about 100 and something million watts in Leones of the tickets. We could be maybe like a 10,000 or 5,000 tickets sold. And then say they fabricate, they copy the tickets and then they sell. So they arrested some members of the SLFA team. We'll be on investigation. But guess what? Stadium has full capacity. full capacity and beyond for that particular match. And the amount of tickets sold with the physical cash we Excl produce, and with the remaining tickets we left, exact carbon copy, nothing was missing. So now the question is, why do you sell half, not even half of the tickets was sold, and the money was there?
And then you have full capacity.
And you have full capacity, and you have 70% of the remaining tickets unsold.
But you have full capacity.
Who's going to buy tickets?
Okay. Well, hold on for the foot of state. Lower than this call. Hello, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, go ahead. Yeah, you the bang with, but statistics.
Gentlemen.
Present.
The crisis of Sierra Leone don't pass talking about events. I agree with T-Boy always say we get for big old people them let they account for their stewardship. And I have been saying this and I would say it again. I'm not saying it out of malice. I consider myself as part of that class. We have seen countries on earth without natural resources that have made progress because the human resource that has the capacity to make change happen, which is normally referred to as the intellectual class, have the attitude and the integrity that makes a nation go forward. You people are discussing Kenya. Kenya has more ethnic problems than Sierra Leone. Kenya almost went to a civil war.
Yeah.
But they managed it, and the president came out, called all the elders and stakeholders in society and said, let us talk for Kenya. They had a meeting, and they came live, apologizing to each other. In Sierra Leone, we have an intellectual class that is redundant, idiotic, and stupid. I am saying it, I'm part of that class. And I don't care whether people like it or not. It's time we begin to hold ourselves responsible for what is wrong in Sierra Leone. Because everything that is wrong in our country today, a country that is supposed to be the richest country in Africa by its geographical location, is the making of the intellectual class, and especially those of us who went to school and universities between 1960 and 1980. We put in this unethical and immoral foundation that is today taking us down the ladder. From today, we have to begin to call ourselves out. If you are not ready to be an ethical Sierra Leonean, go to hell and see how beautiful Satan is. But we have to begin to institute standards from today. Enough is enough of this rubbish. Look at that idiot, Sanko. Somebody who had built a career for himself in Ghana, coming to be used to announce a census result that is unimaginable. I did 2 semesters of demography as a geography major. What I saw is just utter rubbish. And Usman Sanko has to carry that blame.
So,
he's a fellow without an integrity.
So what do you see wrong with the midterm census result?
My friend, the physical, geographical facts on the ground all reflect on the data.
Okay. Such as?
When you look at Sierra Leone today, you look at just the geographical or spatial area of Freetown City. You look at the overcrowding in Freetown City. If Kenema with lesser geographical or spatial area and lesser overcrowding, they get population past Freetown, now only morons and idiots could believe that. Then guys say left what they take away for cheap. Some of us may not have PhDs, but we are highly educated and experienced. We know what we know, and we're able to take Sierra Leone forward. If they're not able to make Sierra Leone, then clear out.
So, foot of state, let me ask you this question. It's something that I wanted to ask the Honorable, but unfortunately, because of the network issue, you're not able to join me back.
Now that what is this propaganda argument they're using to say, oh, we will call people and for let them can constant and not agree come. Is that enough reason to
it is not enough
on
reason
reports
to announce this crap they have announced? It's not. It's not enough reason.
Because if you tell me so the population of Freetown right now is almost...
Freetown is the most populated in terms of spatial distribution of demographics in Sierra Leone.
Mm-hmm.
When you look at the spatial area of Freetown now, then you look at the overcrowding that you meet every day in the streets of Freetown. Without even counting people, you can give an hypothesis that Freetown has a population of over 1 million. Yeah. And I'm sure if we do a proper census, that will be proven right.
Correct. Yeah.
I think guys are
the only census this way, I see the 2000 population of Freetown is higher than what it is today.
How much people die in Freetown during the COVID?
Not that much.
How much people die in Akenema during the COVID?
You say not that much, but if you look at Ebola, more people die in Akenema than in Freetown.
To Ebola.
Because as far as I know, births and deaths record for play into this population census.
Correct.
Have we had more deaths in Sierra Leone
in Freetown
in the last 5 years than we are having before now?
That not necessarily.
How can we have the same population that was given the last time, but we see a reversal of the geospatial distribution of that data?
Right. No, but even
these guys think we are idiots.
Yeah, you say you get less.
If they use, make me point. If they use that figure, it lead we country into crisis. Will they make the world tight for them? I swear to God. Make the world tight for them because now willful acts.
It is.
These guys are leading Sierra Leone into a crisis. They know it, and they are doing it because they know they cannot win elections. So they say, "Lord, make waiting for Bilebi after we go sit down talk am. We not sit down talk if we not leave that country into crisis. So they deal with you now. We not go face the penalties of the law."
Thank you so much, Foot of States. As always, I appreciate you. Anyway, T-Boy, let's try round up. We go there on this topic again soon. So where do we go from here?
I think we need to put up a program for the census specifically because we need to break it down a little bit more into various different areas of concern and how we feel say those concerns should be addressed going forward or presently or maybe at some point in time, because the reality of the census that was given to us a couple of days ago yesterday, I think does not match the reality of what happens in Sierra Leone or what Sierra Leone stands for or what is supposed to be what Sierra Leone is. So if we sit back and don't say nothing about it and we just say, oh yeah, I just census okay, we'll go work with our deal with in the future, I think we're making a big mistake. Because the census is supposed to be the tool for generate development all over the world. Even the World Bank then gets economic growth development in all developing countries. Now, because of the growth of population, now they determine what sort of development should be administered in that particular area. So, if the World Bank they use that as the yardstick for measure, then why aren't we using the same yardstick for measure what sort of development that is needed regarding the population growth of the country? I see they say there is a call.
Hey, caller, good evening.
Yeah, good evening, Juma. How are you?
Very well, thank you. Sorry, we saw your calls coming in, but we'll not be able to pick them at the time. Go ahead, sir. Your name and who side the call.
Yes. I I go get for ask Femi one thing, but I go waiting I want to talk about. You know. Well, this all thing a facade, these census, you know what I'm saying? You know, you don't get thing, right?
Oh, why you say so?
Well, why I say so because we all know, say, there is no country now the southeast where go ever populate past Freetown. We all know that, you know. Near you, we all go for Freetown, and then we know how all the time Freetown they get exhausted with overcrowding. You know, people when they come up line they know and go again. You know, people they at least then they sleep on the bridge safe. You know, all them till they don't overpopulate the city. For there, when I can talk say and Kenema get population past Freetown. You know, it's like waiting them the whole room be they go a long time. Say they want move Freetown capital to Bo or Kenema, right? And the same people they are so be on together agenda they right. Just to have Falamakata like waiting Nigeria do from Lagos to Abuja. You know what I'm saying? You know. So they want make the easy target for the win election all time, you know, if the CC Kenema can get, you know, overpopulated past Freetown, you know, now an easy way for letting the win election, you know. All this now, they just, they're your way of doctrine for staying to power, you know. But power, not to see we put in the foot for, you know. Waiting Donald Trump no do. You know, he do all kinds of things, you know, way power ready for left eye. You know, see I left eye with the green. And from the tell way power left eye with the area they talk again.
No.
You know, shut up, you know. So for me, them guys they're all a joke. They're all a joke at them, you know. Big joker, big time, you know. Let me just pray no more. This 21 committee, the tax rate and give them so, you know, easy, you know, and waiting on the apple inside the camp, you know, this they cause this, just like waiting the MP they talk, I mean, lately. You know, it's not good for the party itself. And at this SLPP, they make winning grounds, you know. They're not going to stop. They're not going to stop for Tueda that petrol day by APC no more.
Right.
They're not going to stop because we get some, what you call them, some hard nuts there now, APC, where they're stubborn and don't know the animal way I go compare them with. You know, they're stubborn like a goat. I will call goats, you know.
So goat, even when only don't agree, they beat and try for the guy named Grab.
Yes. If you go to something in the which I want for, if you know the guy, I know they good. You know. Hello, I know they hear you.
They hear you loud and clear.
Yeah, so them people there, so I'm sorry to say, all the idea we they get now, there's Stone Age idea. We not for exist again as alone. You know, I'm sorry to say, me as Salonian, I don't give leg for bring down me other Salonian. But to be honest, they get the real Bushman critic. You know, you see now all that they bring the Freetown so we don't make the country, you know. I mean, we're not going to know who that gets sense again and who that not the full man. You know, all things don't box up and mix up now, Freetown. Man, they work out, they go and talk, you know, and they tell you, man, they work out, they go and talk because now the only way that they go shoot in problem, you know, they talk by himself, you know. Let God sorry for we, you know, let God sorry for we. We country in a mess, you know.
It is, yeah.
You see. And the people that really try for save the country now, they defect themselves.
Yeah.
Yes, all man wear boxers. Me, I don't go left and give you.
I get to end fashion.
Yeah, who that go can work under you? I get me home brawe, if me brawe, me go alright. That confusion day within the APC no more, you know.
Right.
Thank you.
Okay.
So, Mr. Palmer, they around?
He step away quickly. But what a question for him?
Yes, I will ask him if you know one man now will kiss you and call Alongo Palmer.
Maybe no. I will send a message for let respond to you.
Yes, you know Alongo Palmer. You know when I'm in the joy, they work Leone wage.
Okay, I will ask him.
Yes.
Yeah.
So okay, yeah. So all right then. I mean, I like the show when I run and when I keep on doing that. You know, they send message to we let we enjoy them do kind of show.
All right, thank you.
Because they're not there for you, they're there for themselves and their pocket.
That is so true. Know. Thank you so much, the man from Liverpool. Thank you, I appreciate it.
Yeah, Giza from Liverpool. Liverpool Giza.
Yeah. Giza from Liverpool.
Oh, yeah. Okay, have a blessed day, Juma.
All right, take care.
As well as T-Boy. Yeah, give my regards to T-Boy.
I sure will.
Yeah, you take care, you guys. God bless.
Oh. But you want open line for one more call. I think there's a caller that wants to call somebody else.
Yeah. We can wait for the call. They're coming. We'll take that last call. They don't round up. Plus the caller they call now.
I think it asks for the number.
It is +1 614 551 8694.
So then it wasn't just calling number because you were getting number right.
+1 614 551 8694. Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. So the person call that number. Call. I will wait for you. Call one for your contribution. +1 614 551 8694. Call me on WhatsApp. Yeah. So you're waiting the geezer from Liverpool say why should we wait for them?
The geezer make a laugh. He say I know that game says wonderful
and that's deep and
it is deep. I just want to go on the back again because that's the reality.
Okay, caller don't call now, just answer that.
Okay.
Hello, caller.
Hello.
Yes. Good evening.
I call from America.
Okay, go ahead.
I'm flabbergasted with what I saw today.
What did you see today?
What I saw on social media.
About?
It gives me a reason for the census results. It gives me a reason for no say this government not a serious government. You know, one person will be always the associate, even though I'm in the opposition. But I believe say if I always try to respect government and support government. But after today, I will never support this government in any form because I don't know say they are a useless bunch of crooks. Why I say so? There is no justification why they publish that results because in the first place, it was condemned and I have the conviction that a lot of people were not registered. So, and if that's the case, why not for bold enough to come up with something where the people keep against? It's a disgrace for them to produce that result because 10 chances to 1 is possible that people in Western area did not register. Let's look at it from the other side. It's possible that people did not register. And taking into consideration the base figure. The base figure is always correct. The 2015 census is the correct one.
Right.
Whichever way your 2015 census might be a minus.
So that's the benchmark.
Yeah, that's the base figure.
Mm-hmm.
So if you look at the base, you look at the events that way the event that way unfold in the country. You look at the number of births. You look at the number of deaths. You compare, it's an embarrassment for me to publish that because it simply implies that the people never wanted to be counted and they did not opt to be counted. That is what it shows. You see? So it's an embarrassment for me to do that. And if we can notice, this stupid man we call himself Professor Sanko, what he don't do right now? He don't want to go for an international job because you know Sierra Leoneans are prone to forget. They say we are like that.
What do you mean?
So is it in statistics? I understood he's opting for another international job. I doubt if he doesn't get her. So this is what they do.
So you can't do the damage, then he's gone.
Yeah, I will now go for an international job where the government don't support her for go get because they knew they wanted to use him and he complied. So now, for go get take international job, he's Sunday, where the trouble come tomorrow, they will not even count him. They will not even talk about him. People be thinking about other people.
So that's it. That is if we end at the end of the day, caller, if people find out, say, these figures were cooked up, now that international job, they need them for chase them and make complaints and demonstrate to them people, and they not to go demonstrate na street too.
And thank God what Sierra Leoneans are becoming. At least we are aware. But guess what?
Right.
Then guess what? If this government think they will win an election, we are just waiting for their term for finish. Because there is all rumor that APC now allow SAPP for rule. And APC have allowed them for rule. Election they come. All the plans, when they wait for election, when they try. We go know the page from their Atokum, that's Sierra Leone. That's all my statements I have to make.
So quickly,
when they wait for election.
Yeah. Quickly,
when the mandate's done, we'll show ourselves na Sierra Leone. Because there is a lot of rumor that APC or the opposition, let me generalize it because I'm not APC. The opposition, no one give them an opportunity for rule. They don't want to give them a level play field. When in fact, they cause all the mess. And that's why I've always been angry with that parliament. We choose for continue for operate after they expel 10 man. That day the parliament before done. That would have been the start of all the trouble in Sierra Leone.
But like you said, that the argument would have been the APC not give them opportunity for rule because that was what they sold.
Justified cause.
Right, but then a lot of people at the time, it was still early in the game. A lot of people did not understand the reality of things, so they were like, "Oh yeah, the opposition beats and us all losers. Them let they allow them for rule."
Okay, yeah, that is how the layman will look at it.
Yeah, so now that majority of the people, that was the argument, but now people know the reality. Yeah, even you, we're not being getting much faith, still being believed. Say, okay, let me give them some chance, right?
Yes, it's possible.
Yeah,
but for me, for my own point of view, I've never wanted them to move any further from that point.
Right.
We should have gotten a total breakdown in terms of governance in that country. Let them be for rule without a parliament. That would have been better for them. But that should have been the first point. It was a genuine case.
Right.
For these people for try that and then go with it. And that's why they went ahead and imposed an electoral commissioner that came from the back door. And that's why they went. The statistics issue was the first cause. We all know what's in the Luna statistics. That's why they did the mass sacking. Because they knew what was their game plan. They came with their plan. You know, somebody by accident, he can have power.
Yeah.
What did they think of? Not of Owoku. Now you will continue in the power. That's all they thought about. That's all they've been thinking about. So before
you go, possibly you don't travel around. Is there any way it possible for the Eastern province be populated more than the Western area?
Then they wait and say, irony. That. Nobody needs to argue that, my brother. You will know, Juma. Nobody needs to argue that. That's a clear fact that it's never going to be possible. In fact, the entire population of the East, now two sides is here. So you do township and Kenema township, and nothing else. The entire East.
So the township, where you say township, who say they refer to?
The center, the city.
The city part.
The city.
Right.
Apart from that, everywhere is sparsely populated.
Right.
Now the southeast. Everywhere else is sparsely populated. Mind you, remember, say, a lot of the people who go find job like now, routine. When it's time for census, what do you think? They go back to their base.
Yeah.
That is the normal routine. Nobody want to vote from that distance because we almost say that the stability, not the day.
Right. So you want to go say you are safe. So if you say you're safe and secure.
People go back to their permanent address when they know it's census because they know that's the figure they will use. And if people be claim say that is another date here, they said they will not use this figure. So we are waiting for them.
But they're not going to use these figures. But if I ask a question, so then what's the purpose of this census if you not believe the figure for user for other national issues?
They claim saying that for economic purpose. This was the reason why they lock in Madam Femi
Claudia's Cole.
Claudia's Cole.
Yeah.
You remember? That was easy because she expressed it, exposed them, and make everybody know say there was no need for it. You understand? And they got angry, they lock them up.
Yeah.
So if they don't conclude for doing and get the gold mine for publishing result, they might want to use it. So
them beat them first. Now beat first, then beat her. We then go hand over a petition letter to the president, then beat them, they rough them up for the way she was beaten because now that's the thing. Because if woman we not doing that, you push them around, you jog paper in your hand, push him back and all that thing, and they now beat them.
So for now, it's a two-track approach. Let's see what the parliament will do. It's a test for the parliament for what they will do. And are the things that they want to try that same dirty way they try, where they move parliament to go to money conference and go do that rubbish way they do. You understand? And if they try at this time, let's see what the parliament will do. One, if this parliament not closed now, if these people try this, then I know say they are all useless parliamentarians.
But again, we can't blame the opposition parliamentarian because they did. Wait.
Let me tell you one thing. How you feel today with this kind of result?
No, but what I'm saying is the MPs did what they had to do at the time. They're not allowed to even lay the paper. They protested and scatter everything. They're not allowed to parliament.
So why they continue to go to parliament? Let there be a total breakdown, my brother. There should be a total breakdown.
But that's where we saw Sierra Leoneans going against those parliamentarians say they were unruly.
No. I disagree. Let parliament not sit down again. No Siba. I disagree. No Sierra Leoneans not go against them. Now they want money. Let them stand up now. I see somebody they say make 21 man stand up. Yes. Make COP stand up. Yes. So make the only parliamentarians who find themselves in the opposition, with even some of the paramount chiefs, let them stand up. Make parliament close.
Right.
Let it close. Let them go there. Let them go do waiting anything for doing a parliament. But until we do that, they will be setting up for more trouble.
Right.
I'm telling you, until we do that, if they fail to do that, they go there, they allow all kind of nonsense to happen because of they want to continue for own and salary. They may wait for 2023.
Right.
They will not be left out. Or they deal with SNPP will not leave them out. Every hypocrite will be dealt with as well. We are just waiting for their mandate to finish. Their mandate will finish. Parliament will close. And when Parliament close, more will see. When election come. We will see now whether they say na get government, na get soldier, na get army. We will see. Na Sierra Leone. It's not the one who will do it. We will show itself.
Okay.
I'm not saying more than that.
All right. Thank you so much, caller. I appreciate your call. Okay. Interesting.
Very interesting. I'm just listening. I'm listening to the frustration, the reality, and I am also engaging with the conversation on YouTube and some of it on Facebook. I think, like I said, we should not take this thing for granted. It is very serious. As some of me YouTubers are saying, it is a serious issue. And I totally agree that it is a serious issue. And the reason why sometimes people want to trivialize things like this is because they don't know the implications of what this might result to in the short term, not even looking at it from a long-term distance. So if we know the kind of implication where this will bring towards the people of Sierra Leone, we should take it very seriously. Because data is one of the most significant tools of every nation right now. One of the most significant tools. The war, the battle that we have online, the battle of the world right now is specifically focused on data.
Yeah.
And if you don't get the right data, you cannot make certain decisions.
Right.
Data is very key right now, the way how the world is.
They collect our data every day.
Thank you.
You're surprised when you talk to T-Boy about, the new Apple laptop or computer. The next moment you start getting emails about that. You start getting on your social media recommendations
related to that particular
thing. So you're surprised. It's all about your data being collected. Look at your pattern, your activity, your social interaction, engagement, everything that you do. They collect that data to be able to for streamline the marketing towards you or this demographic. You know, how many people are engaged in this kind of thing. So, and this government has been saying so many things about data collection,
They are evidence in the open data center and Asalo. I just laughed because if you don't start, the Huawei is supposed to be the highest body with camp and data collection. They falsify figures for satisfy short-term wants. It's not even a need, it's short-term wants, because you can still produce the accurate data. And if you're bound to win the elections, you win it. Sure. If you're not going to win it, you lose it. Because, like Tiboy talked, that now they've made an assumption that all the people that were left out now APC people. So that you don't even know where your SLPP vote is in Western area.
Yeah.
You don't. You don't even know that. Because you cook up data, you refuse for consume people. I mean, like how you say, they say you try for born use because you want to kill mosquito. They become homeless.
So we go for a look at them, because to be very honest, we might go on and on and on, but I think we need to set up a specific separate program on this particular census.
So possibly what will happen if we have time, possibly, we are not promising anything. So now we say on like and follow we page and subscribe, so we'll get programs, and there's a likelihood we might do 2 programs next week. Not confirmed yet, but there's a likelihood. So
yeah,
one for specifically on this census issue and the proportional representation thing within they propose. We might try to bring people to discuss it on one of the days then, provided if we get time. But you will only know if you follow it, because it will be short term, you know, no we will announce them deeply. Yeah, Tibo, round up for we. Let me close.
I think we don't discuss the program, and they say thank you to Honorable Kargbo. Unfortunately, not online for joining me for wrap up segment of the show, but I believe we still continue for stir up the conversation, because I think these issues are very paramount to the APCians and also to the people of Sierra Leone in terms of where we're heading towards. So we got to look at the things that we don't discuss now today. One, now the state of the APC political party, where they stand in their crossroads with some of the challenges they will face ahead of them. But when the Honorable don't come, he don't answer most of the questions they will throw at them. He don't explain to me in details of the mandates of the committee and in role as the committee sec, and how they try for work around the apparatus way the waiting at the word we use for the judge, the wisdom in his wisdom.
In the judge in wisdom.
Yeah, the decision we make the able for follow suit of voting, he decide for make the party follow as a new structure. But we still get questions. We still get beaucoup questions. Then we are still they look for answers for. One, now the reason for taking them to court, we most of the structure that was put in place has been ignored and go to courts, even though we don't endorse the new constitution, and now back again and go back and dig up some elements of the new constitution for Tonam, bring and come back to them within the use as rules and regulation, wait for them in line with what in the constitution stand for, which is basically a repetition of already what is in existence. So the reason for the court proceedings and the judgments is totally irrelevant, because the judgment for just don't say, well, okay, you guys go back and work on the documents and then we'll follow suit with all what in the new constitution stand for, because it has been rectified. It has been ratified in terms of approval. So now they not being gets no need for me to go drag that case on and on and on. It was not necessary. But again, I will ask the question whether it is in the interest of the party or in the interest of others. That question has not been answered yet fully to my conscience. So I'm still waiting for more answers regarding that. But when it comes to the census specifically, I think we don't spend time for talk about a lot of demography in Sierra Leone. We don't spend time on this platform for talk about a lot of issues that really affect Sierra Leoneans in their different corners of the country, of whose side they belong. But my question is, what is the essence of the census, and how is it going to benefit the people of Sierra Leone, and how is it going to benefit the people of the various different regions that has immense growth in their population. How is it going to benefit them infrastructurally? How is it going to benefit them medically, education-wise, and all other aspects of living within that community? And what is going to happen to the people that did not register to be counted? Are they going to be neglected as civilians? And also, is the census population really will make any impact difference in the voting population in civilian? And if that is yes, we will need to find out about that. And also, what thing will be the relationship with the people and way they count and their rights to vote? And the one and when they not count and their rights to vote. Will we have a credible election result based on the fact that if the document of the census is going to be used as a data collection for registration for the purpose of the election, is it going to be an authentic document that everybody should follow? And let's bear in mind that if this document is approved, it's going to be the same document that any government is going to use to execute in terms of creating any kind of benefit in terms of development for the population of that particular country that we call Mama Salone. So let's be mindful of the decisions that we are making today that will benefit us, but affect us tomorrow, and even affect us even if we are in power. We won't be able to actually share our responsibilities evenly because we are serving the wrong purpose. Any serious government in the world will not work on a data collection that is not authentic, that doesn't actually give you the correct analysis of what your subject is all about. If you have the wrong population in number and you have the right population in physical, what you will go by is the one that you have on paper. It's what becomes the legitimate document for any form of infrastructural development. If the international communities who are funding us, their focus is developmental growth in any nation, and we have the wrong data for human growth that they don't even acknowledge, how are they going to fund us evenly? Because it means the document that we're going to present to them for the population of Sierra Leone is not the document that they will approve. So I'm glad because something they can't stop for funding. So the thief go down, it go less. The criminal activities, the corruption go less and it go reduce. Because the one way they fund we now go know for say this government is so corrupt that even the figures they win in the due for liquid support will not be able to support it because we don't believe in that particular document. So sometimes we dream they come to pass for make them stop for fund corrupt nations like a Salon and any other corrupt nation within the world or within inside Africa we need developments. So I want to say thank you to the viewers them on YouTube and Facebook and for all their contributions they will not make so far. Your questions will forever remain on the chat and we will ask those questions if we haven't been able to ask the people that were meant to be asking those questions. But we will answer some of them in our own words if we can and not stop for continue for sending your question, because if we not answer them today, we can come back and answer them when we have subsequent questions, because we read all the questions them anyway, so we know them possibly by heart and we know who that in the ask the questions will get answers for those questions. So thank you for joining us and thank you for staying with us. I know for saying me YouTubers, then they always prompt me, hey, Sarah Jim, at 2 o'clock they go to, hey, Sarah Jim, like 2:15, hey, Sarah Jim. But now it's going to 1:45 UK time, and I know for sure there we don't stay for too long. But it's not too long, but we try as much as possible before reach out to with the kind of information we'll get. And people stop us every other day and say, you guys are doing well, but we'll start doing now. Yesterday, I bumped into one of my favorite fans online. He said, Asabi some side. I'm like, I'm not talking. As soon as I say, yes, I think so, it's okay, we're not talking again. I know. See what I do. Nice to see you. So that is what happens now every other day when we go out into the public domain. But that doesn't make we stop for what we do. We don't want to gain that sort of popularity. I will not say we are looking forward to that. We're not. Because basically, we're doing this because we think we have to do it. Because otherwise, many people are doing different things on their platform and they're doing what they think is right and they believe in it. So that is exactly what we're doing as well. We believe in what we're doing. That's why we're doing this, because we want to bring information we will fit to say will be credible enough for people to challenge you if we not believe say credible, or we challenge you now if we not believe say we think that they say correct. So that is exactly why we're here, and we're sharing ideas and we're making things become off a norm to everybody within the community with the watch. So thank you very much for doing so and continue for watching. Over to you, Chima. I know say next week is going to be Manchinchi. We get one woman we will be called. This is Manchinchiros. I forgot the dictionary meaning for that.
So do you want me to announce that?
Maybe just give you a small hint, but not in depth.
So Fambulem, thank you so much, T-Boy, and we appreciate with viewers them. So just in relation to waiting T-Boy be this, I just read waiting one of me, Facebook friends and sister post, and kind of like related and to what we talk about today. Say, when you destroy someone's life with lies, take it as a loan, it will come back to you with interest. T-Boy say, una pray and una remember say, this data una they produce so. Therefore, live the test of time. It did it for posterity, for judge. So, if not genuine, good luck. If not so genuine as well, una remember say, it will come back to haunt you. It will come back to you with interest. That means when you go and begin deny your own figures, like how they deny the words in your own manifesto. Like how the president went to parliament and told the people that we've raised the money for the Lunge Bridge and will complete the bridge in 2 years. Now the president, they backtrack and say they never promised the people a Lunge Bridge, then been just put them there as something no more. Maybe if we be bonus, not be there at the manifesto. They promised us they were going to change the currency of the country. They made all sorts of fuss about it. They gave people timelines and all that. Now Arata and Kakuch they pancham the money. Silently done. So if una wait close to the eve of elections, una share them out. It's up to you guys. But on today's program, I want to say thank you to everyone that's been with us, and a special thank you to Hon Abdul Kargbo, who can shed light on a few things and clarify. And this is what we expect of people. Statistics Sierra Leone, if you're out there and you think we are misinforming the public, please reach out to us. We'll give you an opportunity to share your own side. But if you're reluctant to come, we will discuss what is available to us and every other entity. For next week, we're going to have an intense program here, and it has to do with how we care for other Sierra Leoneans, every Sierra Leonean, regardless of within our present situation and outside them day. We believe, say, and according to the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, every person in this dunya gets rights to life, gets in your own right where they deny them, whether you like them or not. whether you think it's a criminal or not. So it's going to be an intense program. It has to do with to forgive or not to forgive, to accept our own or not to accept our own. But we go publish, Tibo, you want to come in? I want to say, but I'm constrained. I don't know why.
I can see that you're
yeah, I want to share with people because I want them to know, but I don't know.
No, I think it's going to be a program based on a few things: reality, and also, yes, forgiveness is also another issue, and also
discomfort too.
It is also going to be uncomfortable at some point.
Uncomfortable, tense.
Yeah, but I think
flashbacks,
trauma.
Yeah.
To me, that will serve one of the bases of healing going forward. It's a reality of healing going forward. It might be a sudden reality of healing going forward, but it might also be a reality of healing going forward. And let's bring the discussion next week, and then we can see exactly where things will unfold.
And again, it just tie in with the saying we would adopt when I form the Truth and Reconciliation Commission, we pull away say, Chapter 1 of the Truth and Reconciliation Commission, I think one of the first paragraph they say, or the title say, true art for talk, but now him no more they bring peace. Truth and reconciliation. So when you say the truth, we will reconcile and peace will come. And we therefore learn for live together regardless of with now situation. So it's going to be a traumatic event, program, a lot of flashback and traumas that we will come, anger, but I'm sure we'll have to have that conversation either on our platform, somewhere else, next week, next year, 10 years, 50 years from now, we'll have that conversation. If we can talk about slavery today,
thank you,
we should be able to talk about that program.
And when we talk about slavery, we talk about the perpetrators of slavery,
Yeah.
And we're still flying over to be enslaved.
Correct. Yeah. So
we're still making ourselves available,
right, to slavery. Yeah.
So again, we therefore look at the consequences of that and the consequences of the discussion that we're going to have next week. We cannot make comparison because there are two different comparisons, but we can actually look at the reality of the two effects of what has happened and have an open discussion. Again, your opinion as an audience is very important because your opinion as an audience for next week's show will determine what happens next. So we have to be in the position of having a fair discussion. It is going to be emotionally disturbed at some points. It is going to affect some people. It is going to remind some people. It is going to bring back reality of what we have gone through as a nation. It is going to bring back some of the things that we undergo as a nation. And the reason why this is real for us, I think we should reflect back into the reality of where we were 30, 15, 20, 30 years ago and where we are
even lead me there in the first place.
Thank you. And where we are now.
Yeah.
Because if we don't have this discussion now, we never envisage or anticipate anything, but we are at the brink of Sierra Leone going into chaos in terms of we political and we current state at which everything is being operated in Sierra Leone. There is no reality of what is happening in Sierra Leone now should be a reality. Taking into consideration where we are coming from. I mean,
so
State mentioned Kenya as an example. Wanted to go into a serious civil war,
yeah.
But they mediate all the fractions involved. that is where they are now.
Right.
Other countries have gone through a lot over the past decade, but they have moved on from that and they are now where they are because of few reasons. So yeah, I think we'll have a discussion. I think it will be very vital for us to have that discussion next week, and we can see what the discussion is going to bring and how we're going to unfold some of the things we're going to talk about.
So it will be the uncomfortable truth, to forgive or not to forgive. That's the title. But when we put out the flyer on Agono, the reason why I make Uno announce fully the program, because we want to confirm with our possible guests or people away the conversation concern for let we get a proper conversation. So on that note, I want to thank you again once more. And also, hopefully, if we get time, we will still do the census program next week as well. But we'll let you know as well. Look out for our flyers, subscribe, like us, follow us, so you'll be the first to know and first to log in. On behalf of the CIGM Media team, Jumaba is saying good night. All right.